Hey everyone, my name is Yevgen Kiselevsky and I'm happy to welcome you on the MS Stage 2021. So this is the second time we are running this conference during the pandemic online. So please make yourself comfortable and get ready to learn about the latest updates and the most relevant cases about Microsoft technology stack implementation. Today we have really powerful and really strong speakers crew from all over the world, including some technical leaders from Microsoft itself. Thank you guys very much for your time and for your willingness to share the knowledge with the community. So we will start with the keynote, and then you will have 3 simultaneous tracks and 6 speeches in each track. Each talk will start at the beginning of a new hour and will take approximately 45 minutes. And then you will have 15 minutes break for a coffee or tea. Quarter till 1 p.m. you will have a longer break for your lunch, and we will come back at 2 p.m. Please check up-to-date schedule on the msstage.com website. Next, we've created a separate Slack group for you to communicate with speakers and each other. You may find the link for this group in your welcome letter or here on YouTube in the comments. If you don't use a Slack in your daily routine, don't worry, you don't need to install anything on your computer or mobile phone. Just push the link and you will be able to use the web version of this application. We've created a separate Slack channel for each speaker named by his name and surname, so very easy to find. And I really welcome you to put your question there, and I'm sure that all the speakers will be happy to discuss with you all the topics related to Microsoft technology stack and of course to the topic of their speech. And before we start, I would like to say thank you very much to our partners. With their help, we are able to make this conference free of charge to all of you. So thank you to our Platinum partners, Luxsoft, Parimatch Tech, and Virex, and to our Gold partner, Intellias. Thank you guys. All these companies heavily use Microsoft technology stack in their developments, and I'm sure that all of the participants will have a lot of topics to discuss with these companies' representatives. Therefore, we've created separate Slack channels for each company as well. Please join these channels. You will find a lot of activities, a lot of engagement there, and also each company prepares some nice prizes for you. So join these channels, take part in the competition, and win your prizes today. Thank you for your attention, and let's start the conference.
Warm greetings to all of the participants of MS Stage Conference 2021. My name is Lesa Manzevich. I am Employer Branding Manager for Luxsoft in Ukraine. It's a great pleasure for us to support this community event for a couple of years in a row already. At Luxsoft, we are devoted to developing our talents and help our community to grow by gaining knowledge, especially in such up-and-coming technology stack as Microsoft Stack. To be honest, we cannot imagine a better way to learn and grow than a community conference. People getting together, even online, sharing their experiences, cases, and views is the most fascinating thing, and we are really happy to be a part of it. Luxsoft itself is a great community of technology specialists, uniting over 13,000 people worldwide. Many of our projects are being developed with Microsoft Stack, and that's why we're always in search of bright and motivated young people to join our crowd. Grab your chance to meet us and learn more about our company and our projects. Visit our virtual booth, meaning Slack channel, take part in our giveaway, or play our Lux City game. Nonetheless, have fun and learn. Wishing you all a wonderful time at MS Stage. Take care.
Hello everyone, my name is Oleg Tarasenko and I am DevOps engineer at Virex. Virex is a platinum partner for this event, and I have deep experience working with the Microsoft ecosystem and Azure Stack. I have more than 10 years working in IT field. And I want to invite you to my online session, which will take place on March 19th at 2 p.m. at Track C. We're gonna talk about implementation of monitoring system on Azure. So I will be happy to answer on all your questions. See ya.
Hi, I'm Sergey from Parimatch Tech. I will be speaking at MS Stage conference with the session My Beautiful Microservices, where I'm going to share my developer's experience. My talk includes both commonly used practices as well as new few exotic ones that might be interesting for you. It should be useful for any .NET developer who is doing microservices or just thinking about doing them. We will cover things like code organization and code sharing, CI/CD, health, resilience, and so on. Hope to meet you online at my talk. Cheers!
Hello and welcome to Microsoft Stage Conference. Today we will tell you why Microsoft ecosystem is great for developers. My name is Dmitry Soshnikov, I am Cloud Developer Advocate at Microsoft, and I will be later joined by my colleague Alexander Belotsarkovsky. So when you think about Microsoft, there are a lot of things that come to mind, and you can think about them as client things or cloud. You know that Microsoft invented Windows, that was great client operating system, but lately most fun is happening in the cloud. So what comes to your mind when you think about Microsoft? Probably things like .NET, universal applications. I always think about my favorite functional programming language, F Sharp. There are even cool things like HoloLens. All that can be considered client. And there are also a lot of things in the cloud. Some of them I will tell you about in a moment. But most interesting things happen in the intersection of client and cloud. Because, for example, recently at Microsoft Ignite, a technology like Microsoft Mesh was announced, which is the symbiosis of mixed reality techniques, HoloLens, and client technologies with cloud services. So let's start talking about the cloud. Why developers should really love the cloud? Um, well, you can think about the cloud as the way to abstract where your programming code will run. As developers, we don't want to think like which servers our code will execute on. We just want to say, here is the piece of code, I want it to run somewhere. And that is exactly what client is. It allows us to run our code somewhere without thinking too much about the details. The cloud should take away things like elasticity, scalability, security, software updates, all that. Somebody else should worry. Microsoft should worry about that and not the developer. Developers should think about the logic of the application. So let's start with a story. Can we do something really useful with the cloud? Can we use Microsoft Azure to help us fight, for example, coronavirus, COVID-19? And I will tell you about the project that I did recently together with my daughter Vicky that helps fighting COVID-19. So you know that since the beginning of coronavirus pandemic, there were really a lot of scientific papers published on this subject. Luckily, there is a dataset called CORD-19, which contains about 400,000 scientific papers on this subject. About half of them is with full text. So there is indeed a lot of materials on this topic. And if a researcher wants to start researching in this field, he would have really hard time reading all of that. And of course, it would be really helpful if we could provide him with a really flexible way to search this data set, or even make some semantic conclusions from it without reading all that text. So can we try to do that? Well, of course, there are technologies like natural language processing. You probably know that in the recent years, there have been a lot of great progress in NLP. For example, what natural language processing can do, it can extract entities from us for us from given text. For example, if I have this text, given positive COVID-19 test, I have been administered 300 milligrams of favipiravir daily in the oral form. So given this text, we can extract some meaningful pieces of information from it. For example, we can say that COVID-19 is diagnosis, 300 milligrams is the dosage of medicine, favipiravir is the medicine in question, daily is the frequency of medication, and so on. Oral form is the way that medication is given. So if we are able to extract those entities, we can probably try to understand much better what is inside the given text, what is inside the given paper. So how can we train the natural language processing model to do this entity extraction? Well, we need two things for that. We need computing resources, because training large machine learning models is always expensive. And we need some label data. For label data, we can in fact find the dataset on Kaggle of medical entities. And in terms of compute, we can use Microsoft Azure. And the easiest way to do that would be just to use the virtual machine, data science virtual machine. So I will show you how easy it is to create a data science virtual machine in Azure. We can say, I want to create a resource. Just look for data science virtual machine, say create. And then you just need to provide a little bit of information, like the name of the virtual machine, the region where this machine will run. I will select North Europe. And the type of the virtual machine, NC6, is the GPU-based machine, so it will be able to train the models pretty fast. Then we can specify username and password and say create. That's how easy it is. And the good thing is that data science virtual machine would contain everything we need to do data science. So once we've done that, we can configure some DNS name for this machine so that we can access it easily. For example, I would say it's called my demo VM. I will save this name, and then I can immediately access this using SSH. So I have now powerful machine at my disposal, which I can use for training my data science model. What else I can do? You can see that there is notebook service running there. So I can immediately log into this machine through the browser using Jupyter Hub. And Jupyter is the way most data scientists work. They want to be able to run Python code. So what I will do, I will just log in to this Jupyter Hub, and I am able to create Jupyter notebooks and run them on powerful compute. So that's how easy it is to get started. To summarize, we have data science virtual machine. We can store the data on disk, and we can use GPU for training. And we can access it through Jupyter Notebook. We can access it using SSH or even through Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code has the really great functionality called VS Code Remote, and it can in fact open directories on the remote machine as though they are available locally. And if you do that, that is quite good way to do your machine learning, but don't forget to switch off the virtual machine. The good practice would be to set automatic shutdown at midnight, and this small hint saved me a lot of cloud resources, because otherwise I might forget switching the machine off. However, this approach has some drawbacks. In particular, if you have the data set, firstly, you spend about 80% figuring out what the data is, figuring out what the data structure is. And this can, you don't need GPU to do that. This can be done on non-powerful VM. So normally what a data scientist would do, he would create two virtual machines, one for data preparation, one for training. And then there is a problem. How do I share the data between both of them? And there are a few ways to do that. You can use cloud storage, Azure storage, and mount it using Fuse driver. I think this is the most the optimal way to do it. And there are a few other ways. I have written a blog post which you can see, the link is here. You can have a look. There are many ways to share data between two virtual machines and to save costs. But still, there would be some problems. You would need to think about how to deploy your trained model, how to not to forget to switch off the VMs, how to do distributed training if you need higher compute power. And all that, in fact, can be done using Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is a really great service that encompasses all your needs for machine learning. It contains the way to store datasets inside Azure VM or to define datasets which are available somewhere externally. Then it contains compute. So, for example, you can easily create virtual machines from within Azure ML and use Jupyter Notebooks to access them. It also contains so-called compute clusters. So, for example, if you can work on the non-powerful VM, and then you can submit the code to train your model to the cluster, and the cluster would automatically take care about the resources. It would scale up. It would increase the number of machines if needed, and it would shut down the machines if they are not used. So using the cluster and submitting experiments for training is a great way to use Azure ML. And if you submit experiments, you also get logging for free. So you are able to log the results of all experiments and have that accessible from the centralized place. Finally, you can store all your models. And even in addition to that, Azure Machine Learning contains some tools for beginners, some no-code tools which allow you to train machine learning models, such as AutoML and Designer. Those are visual tools which allow you to do training. So Azure ML, to be short, is a really great tool. And we have used Azure ML to train our NLP model. But as soon as we did that, we realized that Microsoft already done that for us. And Microsoft created a service called Text Analytics for Health, which already contains the entity extraction for medical domain. So we switched to using Text Analytics for Health. And what Text Analytics for Health can do for us, in addition to extracting entities, it can extract relations. Like, for example, it can say that there is an entity called symptom, and there is an entity called time, and this symptom occurred at this time. So this would be a relation called time of condition between those two entities. And what else this service can do? It can link every entity to an ontology. Ontology is the formalized actually it's the formalized tree of medical terms. So, for example, if you say COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, those two different terms refer to exactly the same disease, and this tool would map those two words to the same ontological concept. So we can easily understand what is meant by a certain piece of text, even though the words can be different. So this is a really great way to extract rich meaning from text. So what we need to do, we need to take our dataset. Our dataset, as I mentioned, is quite big, 400,000 papers, several, like in Unpacked form, it's a tenth of gigabytes of text. And we need to run it through the Text Analytics for Health service. So we have a core dataset, we have Text Analytics for Health. How to speed up this process? If we just called Cognitive Service directly, we would spend like a few days processing all that data. Even though in the beginning, we were processing only abstracts, not the full texts. So to speed this up, we can use, again, Azure Machine Learning. We can define this dataset as the dataset inside Azure ML. And then we can use Azure ML cluster to do the processing in parallel. So we will take this data from, we will take the text of abstract from the dataset. We will call Cognitive Service. and we will end up with a JSON document like this. So this JSON document contains essential information about the paper, like publishing time, authors, ID, title, and so on. And then it also contains entities, and it contains relations. I omitted the relations here to save space, but it is in fact a JSON document like this. And you can see that there are like name of the category and so on. What can we do with those JSON documents? We want to be able to access them in the convenient way. So naturally, we can store them in some storage, on some NoSQL storage like Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is the Microsoft database for storing semi-structured data like JSON, for storing documents. In fact, Cosmos DB can store many more things. It can store graphs, it can store relational schemaless tables, and so on. But we will use it for storing and for querying JSON files. So our Azure ML cluster would store information in Cosmos DB for querying. So how can we do queries in Cosmos DB? In fact, our collection of papers is hierarchical. So we have the whole collection. Collection contains papers, and each paper contains a number of entities. And those entities are linked together using relations. So that can be queried using SQL. So I can say SQL query like this to extract some meaningful things from the document. For example, here I say I want to select the title of paper, and I want to select the entity R, which is of type, not entity, relation R, of type dosage of medication, which contains as target hydroxychloroquine, one of the medicines, most popular medicines for treating COVID-19. So with this query, I retrieve all papers that mention this hydroxychloroquine, and immediately I can see the dosages of this medicine mentioned in the paper. So let's see how this actually works. I will open the Cosmos DB database in Azure portal. You see Cosmos DB database contains this container called papers, and inside it there are items. So if I click on items, I see those JSON documents, one JSON document per paper. They look like this. And if I want to do the query, I can, in fact, type my query here. That's exactly the same query as on the slide. And I can say I want to execute it. And when I execute the query, I get the result as a JSON file again. I see the titles of papers, and I see the dosages, 50 milligram mentioned in this paper. And now the researcher can easily find what he needs. He can do the queries like that, and he can get the information immediately. However, that is not really convenient for a person who is not really good with IT, because you need to write SQL queries. And even though SQL was created for humans, it was almost never used by humans without IT background. So to make it accessible to like normal people who are medical professionals, we want to expose it in the easier form. So we can use the tool called Power BI to access the data. Power BI is really great technology because it allows us without coding, almost without coding, to create dashboards which expose data from different sources. So what we did for this project, we created the Power BI dashboard, which looks like this. And this Power BI dashboard contains, as you can see, it contains entities. And for entities, I have entity types. So for example, I can say, what are the medicines used for treating COVID-19? So I can say medication name, for example. Here is the count, the number of those entities. And on the left, I see the table of medications sorted by count. So for example, you can see that hydroxychloroquine is in fact the most popular medicine. And the second popular medicine is HCQ. And guess what? HCQ is exactly the same as hydroxychloroquine. And how do we know that? Because they have the same ontology tag. We also extract, as I mentioned, tags, ontological tags. And by that, we can know that this refers to exactly the same medicine. And then you can see those are the most popular medicines which are mentioned in treating COVID-19. And you can see that vitamin D, for example, is indeed mentioned quite a lot. And we can also examine other things like diagnosis. And of course, COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2 are two most popular diagnoses, and they also have the same ontological ID. In the same manner, we can explore relations. So, for example, my previous query about dosages of medicines, I can do here in this tool. I can say I want the relation dosage of medication, and here I have the table, and I can now sort by a medicine. So, for example, hydroxychloroquine 400 milligrams was used several times. So that's how easy it is to draw conclusions from this huge amount of data using Power BI. And this can be done by a normal person. However, the next step, we thought, like, can we draw some conclusions automatically without human being? Can we draw and visually represent some relationships? And in fact, we can do that. One of the most interesting thing for us was to see how the treatment strategies change. And you can do that again in Cosmos DB, because Cosmos DB contains the great thing called notebooks. Cosmos DB notebooks are Jupyter notebooks which can interoperate with Cosmos DB. So here I can do SQL queries right inside the notebook. So here, for example, I say I want to query my database, and I want to put the result into data frame called MEDS. You know that data scientists, they operate with a term called data frame, pandas data frame. So I can represent the result of SQL query as the data frame to do some further processing in Python. So here, for example, I extract medications with their ontology IDs, and I extract paper titles and paper publishing time. And also I extract the fact that the entity was negated. So, for example, if somebody says the hydroxychloroquine does not work, it would indicate that here in the negation property. So I can extract all those medicines in the table like this, and then I can do some graphical analysis. So, for example, here is the popularity of medicines, how many entities we saw published, and we can see that, of course, with time, number of publications and number of entities mentioned increased. Then we can group by ontology ID and indeed have one table of most popular medicines and how many times they were mentioned and how many times they were mentioned negatively. And we can also calculate this negativity coefficient by dividing the negative mentions by positive mentions. And we can see which are more positive and which are more negative medications immediately. Then we will consider top 15 medicines. Most popular. I removed some of them by hand, so we will take this dictionary and we can try to see how mentioning those medicines changed with time, and that would refer to different treatment strategies. So we will end up constructing the table like this. For each month I would have the number of mentions of each of those most popular medicines. And this would allow me to do graphs like that. And you can see that with time, for example, the number of mentions of hydroxychloroquine decreased, which means that this strategy became less popular, while the number of mentions of favipiravir, for example, increased with time, because that is newer strategy which comes which is now becoming more and more explored in scientific literature. So you can discover those trends automatically using Jupyter notebooks. Other things that we can explore is we can graphically represent the relationship between different entities. For example, relationship between diagnosis and treatment methods. And you can see that if we take COVID-19, a lot of papers discuss prevention, social distancing, and some of them discuss things like supplemental oxygen, drug medications, and mechanical ventilations. So that gives us quite good insight into what directions medical papers consider as a whole. And we can, of course, explore that by different periods of time. It's also interesting to see the relations between different entities. For example, on the right here, you see that, for example, antiviral therapy is closely related to prevention, and for example, ventilation is related to oxygen, which is quite normal. And on the left, we have the dependencies between different medications, and you can see the combinations which were indeed popular in COVID-19 treatment. For example, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin was one of the combinations, and lopinavir and chloroquine another one. and that is quite easily distinguishable from the diagrams. So, as a summary, we did quite a lot of interesting things. We discovered meaning inside the huge amount of text, and all that with the help of a cloud. So we started with the corpus with the big data set, several gigabytes of text, which we were able to download very fast to the cloud because cloud connectivity is very fast. Then we used text analytics for health to extract JSON entities, uploaded that to Cosmos DB database, and used Power BI dashboards, SQL queries, Jupyter notebooks to make sense of that data. So you see that cloud is really powerful. We can put together projects like that quite easily because you have the building blocks ready. You have building blocks for building data dashboards. You have building blocks for dealing with text. You have building blocks for storing data and so on. You don't need to think like where I would install my code. All that is available as platform level services. However, if you think about the cloud comes in different flavors. Of course, if you want like full access to your infrastructure, you can use infrastructure services of the cloud. And on the basis of the cloud, of course, there is data center hardware, and on top of that, there are infrastructure services like infrastructure services are represented by two big blocks, storage and compute. So compute allows you to do computations in the cloud, and for that you can use virtual machines, or if you need parallel computations, like in our case with processing a lot of documents in parallel, you can use things like Azure Batch. And if you want to deploy the complex infrastructure, like microservices based infrastructure based on Kubernetes, you can use AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. There are infrastructure services for storing data, and Cosmos DB can be considered one of them. Azure Storage and things like Azure SQL can be used for relational storage. But most interestingly, on top of that, there are platform services. And platform services allow you to solve the specific tasks without worrying about details. For example, if you want a web application, you can say, I want an Azure web app. You wouldn't need to think about like which web server to use or how to update it when it becomes old. All that is taken care of by the cloud. You just put your code, or you set up automatic deployment from GitHub, and it works. If you want to create chatbot, you can use Bot Framework and Azure Bot Service. If you just want a piece of code to run somewhere in the cloud, and this is useful if you want to create an API, or if you want to process, for example, COVID data, number of infected people in different countries. If you want to process that data daily, you can set up Azure Function to run once per day and send you, for example, reports by email. This can be done by Azure Functions. If you have IoT scenario, you have specific services for IoT, and so on. And on top of that, yet there are even more powerful services. One example of those services is text analytics for health, which we used, which allow you to solve very specific problems. Like there are cognitive services that can see inside pictures, that can compare faces, that can understand, like recognize different objects in images, that can deal with text, and so on. Those cognitive services, they contain pre-trained intelligent models which you can use in your applications. And finally, on top of that, there are also services for no-code scenarios where if you are not a developer, you can still accomplish a lot of the things. For example, Power Apps allow you to build applications using visual interface, and Power BI, we have seen the example of using Power BI, allows you to deal with data. A lot of interesting things, and this slide presents the most interesting ones that I have carefully selected for you, because in fact there are many more things in the cloud that can fit on this slide. And if you want links to specific resources, of course, you can find them using search on the internet, but you can also just see this one easy reference. Go there, and I have created the list of interesting resources for you.
Thank you, Dima. Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I'm a cloud solution architect and open source community lead in Microsoft. The important part of Microsoft developers ecosystem is open source. Actually, many of the services and technologies that were mentioned during this session and technologies that you can see on this slide are based on open source in some capacity. And this is the topic that I want to talk briefly about. Let me start from this simple sentence. culture is strategy for breakfast. I want to start from this because open source is a culture. I don't know who said that. Different sources give different author, but the key is that Microsoft strategy and Microsoft strategy with focus on the developers ecosystem now is at least partially based on open source. Developers ecosystem here was, is, and will be a critical part of these changes. Let me show you an example of our contributions on these few timelines. And as you probably know, open source and Microsoft has a rich history of partnership. And it started more than 20 years ago, not in 2004, even before, when we started to work with open source ecosystem on making a support of different distros for Hyper-V. So many users wanted to use Linux and open source software on Hyper-V, so we just needed to work with vendors and ISVs outside of Microsoft in order to make their software supported on Hyper-V. As you see, we passed a lot of important milestones, we announced a lot of different technologies, and we open sourced a lot of our products and services. And I would like to concentrate on the next slide on our strategic investment into open source. The .NET open source journey started many years ago. It was started with .NET for Windows released when Mono project began. Then F# language was released with Apache 2.0 license. And in the end of the day, in a nutshell, if you are contributing to the open source while doing some development tools and languages, it's just natural for you to look how to work with the community on these projects. Our strategic platform, .NET, has historically had a great ecosystem of developers, a great community around it. And these developers wanted to contribute, wanted to help to make these our instruments that they used and use in their daily life better. We did some job open sourcing some of the, I would say, non-critical components before 2015. And after that, when we realized how big is positive impact of this on .NET, on ecosystem around it, we started to do that very dynamically. In fact, we open sourced such serious projects like WinForms and WPF. And it would be impossible to reach the numbers in the right corner of this slide without a developers ecosystem. Because developers ecosystem, developers who are giving us their feedback, who are asking for a new functionality, who are voting on user voice, are directly impacting roadmaps of .NET and other products. And if you will go to the GitHub accounts, so Microsoft, Azure, and other accounts, you will find a lot of channels to communicate with product groups of Microsoft. And I'm highly encourage you to do so, because if you are using .NET today and you have any feedback that would be valuable for a product group, please share it with developers so they could incorporate it into their backlogs and then release it back to the ecosystem in order to make everyone's lives easier and better, and make us developers to spend less time on the development process and boilerplate coding. So another important milestones and quite impressive milestone in my opinion is our implementation of Kubernetes as a managed Azure Kubernetes service. So AKS is a platform that provides you with Kubernetes that just works. And if you want to enrich your clusters with some extra functionality, be it a sophisticated authentication or authorization system using Azure Active Directory, or integration with Security Center that provides you with security recommendations, best practices, and baseline security, or even using Azure Policy, which is a service that helps you to ensure that your clusters and components of these clusters are satisfying different policies, be it a requirement for pods to be in some state, or software to be installed somewhere, etc., to name a few. This is possible, and this is possible because it was developed, it was implemented in response to what developers asked us to do. And of course, Azure Kubernetes Service is tightly connected with our development instruments like Visual Studio Code, GitHub, Azure Dev Spaces, to name a few, and of course third-party instruments. And we are working closely with the community and with developers of these instruments in order to provide as seamless development experience as possible. So, but if you don't want, for example, to use or you can't use Azure Kubernetes Service, but you still want to use some great development and infrastructure instruments that we provide, we recently released Azure Arc instrument, and I want to highlight it a little more. So Azure Arc is a hybrid solution. It was developed and released earlier for servers, Kubernetes, and databases. It provides such capabilities as automation, monitoring, and policy, to name a few, that work in the cloud. So it works this way. You have a lot of Kubernetes clusters. They can be Azure-based in Azure Kubernetes Service. They can be deployed to virtual machine. They can be on the edge. They can be in your local data center. But in the end of the day, you want to have a single window to manage all of your clusters and apply some policies, ensure that everything is going fine, etc., etc. So Azure Arc is a tool that intends to solve your problem about single window of management and monitoring. So the next Azure service to come, and it was announced very recently, to Arc is machine learning. So some people are using Kubernetes for machine learning, and it works quite well in different scenarios. So, but sometimes sometimes these developers have some requirement to run these machine learning models on premises or on the edge or somewhere else, so outside of the cloud. But they still have something on the cloud, okay? And now you can use Azure Arc to connect these Kubernetes clusters with machine learning to the cloud and manage them from a single pane. So Arc-enabled machine learning is intended and will definitely solve some management, automation, policies related problems with the machine learning at the edge, like in the scenarios like predictive maintenance, asset monitoring, especially in the locations with limited connection or bandwidth. So it's worth mentioning that Arc is built to work with any Kubernetes distribution that is conformed to the standard of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, like Red Hat, Canonical, Rancher, now Nutanix, etc. So on the left side of this slide, you see a reference architecture of running machine learning model inside of the Azure Kubernetes cluster. So now it's possible to integrate this deployment on different levels, on different layers, like Kubernetes cluster, machine learning model, etc., with Azure Arc, and manage all of your deployments on different level, which is, I believe, is quite impressive. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality that anyone would need in the production, and this slide is a last but not least word about our contribution to the Kubernetes ecosystem and community. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality, and it should not, as it's always dangerous to incorporate too much of the functionality into the product or service. Actually, Kubernetes has its own ecosystem, and Microsoft employees not just commit some source code to there. Microsoft employees are inventing popular open source tools and components, like a CNAB or Dapper or Virtual Kubelet, to name a few. And of course, it's an integration with inside of our tools, like Visual Studio Code. So I'm encourage you to check these instruments. I will not go into detail here, but I encourage you to check these tools, because some of these tools were born not in answer to the business need, but in answer to the developer's need. And this is how Microsoft is working with these releases, with this ecosystem. If in Microsoft developers are developing something useful that makes sense to open source, they can open source it and give it back to the community. Again, the same with Kubernetes. As we are developing Azure Kubernetes service on a scale, we have a lot of learnings and experience. And it goes back to the upstream Kubernetes team, and then it is probably will be implemented as an improvement of Kubernetes in the next version. And you, again, as I mentioned a few times, you are a key in making our tools and community tools more better, because we are relying on your feedback here. So a few last words about how we are working with developers ecosystem and ecosystem in general. As Microsoft contributes and participates in many open source software projects, we also believe it's important to contribute and participate in the foundations that support them, like Cloud Native Computing Foundation, Linux Foundation, OpenJS Foundation, Open Container Initiative, etc. Some of these initiatives and foundations are open to participate for people to collaborate. And in the end of the day, if you are participating there, you are working in the project that intend to make other developers' lives easier. So again, we are proud to participate in these foundations, and we encourage everyone to participate as much as possible to make the industry better and to make industry instruments forward. It directly impacts our own Azure open source ecosystem. As Azure is a huge project, huge platform, we are talking about its dedicated ecosystem. And when we think about this ecosystem, we have a lot of partnerships, because many people, many developers, infrastructure specialists do want to use their familiar instruments like Red Hat, SUSE, to name a few. And of course, we are partnering with these vendors, and these partnerships go to such level that we are jointly building, operating, and supporting services with these companies. It's not just we are just talking about with customers and partners together. We are developing a seamless experience of using. So if you are using Red Hat workloads, if you want to use it in Azure, you can be sure that you will have a seamless experience with Red Hat and Microsoft, and you will have a lot of options of technical and billing and business support from both of the companies and from both of the worlds, actually. So by this, I want to say a few key ideas of Microsoft ecosystem for developers. And in closing, I want to repeat that Microsoft Azure and Microsoft ecosystem intend to provide you with easy building blocks to put together a complex system in the cloud, on-premise, on the edge, or in the hybrid deployment. Second, Microsoft loves open source, and it's not just a technology. It's not about technology. It's about culture. So as I mentioned before, if you go to the GitHub, you can talk with the developers directly. You can raise the issue, and developers will take a look at that. And you can impact our products. Our products then will be probably released to the open source. So you can impact the developers ecosystem on a scale. And by this, I wish you a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. programming in Java while learning Python, turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production, and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes, and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session on .NET Desktop. My name is Olia Gavrish. I am a senior program manager at Microsoft working on .NET team, and currently I'm focusing on desktop platforms. Well, that's exactly what we will be talking today in this session. So I'll tell you what new features are available in WPF and WinForms. Then we'll discuss the future of UWP. The name of that future is WinUI 3. You will see a new offering from Microsoft in cross-platform desktop area that is called MAUI. And we'll discuss the way you can build hybrid web desktop applications with Blazor. But first of all, I want to stop at what is new in .NET in general, and that is .NET 5. So what is .NET 5? Well, before there were many different .NETs, .NET Framework, .NET Core, .NET Standard, Mono Xamarin, and we wanted to simplify the choice for .NET developers and provide a single stack that supports the best-of-breed solutions for all modern workloads and operating systems. We've taken the best of all the existing platforms into a platform called .NET. And we start with the version number 5 because it's higher than .NET Framework 4.8, .NET Core 3.1, and so on. So .NET 5 is the platform going forward, meaning that all new changes and improvements will be done in .NET 5. .NET Framework is not going anywhere. It will always be the part of Windows, so it will receive security patches, Windows updates, but all new features will go exclusively to .NET 5, .NET 6, .NET 7, and so on. And besides being the platform, .NET 5 is much better than .NET Framework in many different aspects, such as deployment options, performance, and many others. In the scope of this talk, let's see why .NET 5 is a great choice for client apps. Well, if you're building applications in .NET 5, you'll get the new Visual Studio features, which will make your development very productive. I'll show you those features later in this session. Also, the apps can get all the benefits of .NET 5, like self-contained single exe files that don't need .NET Framework on the machine. So you decide when you want to update, not Windows OS. You have flexibility in deployment. You can have multiple versions of .NET on the same machine at the same time, unlike .NET Framework. Of course, all new C# updates will be available exclusively for .NET 5, 6, and so on. And there are new modern Windows 10 controls like WebView 2, for example, which is a modern browser control based on Microsoft Edge Chromium. And one of my most favorite benefits of .NET 5 is performance. And now I want to show you the demo related to performance. So I have a WinForms application. It's a very simple app that scans my disk and analyzes my memory usage. So I'm gonna point it to my disk all, click run, and it shows me that most of my space used for code, then some space used for documentation, and so on. Here you can see that it took it 466 milliseconds to perform the operation. Now I'm going to bring exactly same application. Not a single line of code was changed, but this app is targeting .NET 5 instead of .NET Framework. Here you already can see improvement in new file dialog that is much better. It comes with .NET 5. And I'm going to run the app. And here you can see it took 112 milliseconds instead of 466. So 4.5 times faster. That performance win you get just from retargeting your platform, your application from .NET Framework to .NET 5. Pretty impressive, right? And .NET 5 is released. It is out. We released it in November this year. There is a lot of good stuff for Windows developers in .NET 5. It includes design time support for Windows Desktop, such as WinForms and WPF in Visual Studio with first and third-party control support, click-once support, side-by-side, single file exe deployments. There are also many runtime performance improvements, support for Windows ARM64, and new releases of languages C# 9 and F# 5. So check it out at .net.net/get.net5. And if you're excited about .NET, you probably have a question, okay, how do I get my existing application to .NET 5? Well, if your application is targeting .NET Core, that is extremely easy. I will show you how to do that. So I will open, this is a WPF application. Currently, right-click Properties, Application. It is targeting .NET Core 3.1. To move it to .NET 5, you simply choose .NET 5 in the combo box, save, rebuild, and that's it. Your application now targets .NET 5. That was that easy. Well, in the case, if your application is targeting .NET Framework, things are slightly harder. .NET Framework and .NET 5 are completely different platforms. They have different project file styles, different NuGet package versions, and so on. And there are some changes that have to happen in order for you to bring your application from .NET Framework to .NET 5. But great news, we have a tool that can help you in your migration. And the tool is called Upgrade Assistant. It is a .NET Global tool that provides a step-by-step guided experience on how to incrementally update your .NET Framework-based Windows applications to .NET 5. So you can install it quickly as a .NET Global command line tool. It will analyze NuGet packages and understand where your dependencies are. It will give you step-by-step recommendations and fixes for project files, configuration, and source code to help you incrementally update at your own pace. And it supports multiple project types. Here we talk about WinForms and WPF, but also it supports ASP.NET MVC web apps and console apps and libraries. It is open source, available on the GitHub at aka.ms/.NET Upgrade Assistant. Go ahead and check it out. To show you this Upgrade Assistant in action, I found a very old WPF application. This application is written by Scott Hanselman. It is called Baby Smash. So that's a WPF app targeting .NET Framework.
What'd you say?
Baby Smash.
And this application teaches babies how to type on the keyboard. So every time I press a letter, I see it appearing on the screen. And I also have absolutely amazing
yellow star,
smiley faces.
Purple circle, gray trapezoid, orange triangle.
All right. So this app, as I said, is targeting .NET Framework. Let's see. It is. And I want to port it to .NET 5. And that application has many dependencies, many NuGet packages. It has dependency on system.speech, and so on. So I'm going to use Upgrade Assistant to do that. And just to quickly show you, this is the GitHub repo for Upgrade Assistant. That's where you can get it. You can install it as a global tool. I already did it. I already have it on my machine. So I'm just going to bring up the command line and type Upgrade Assistant and provide the path to my solution. Now Upgrade Assistant will analyze what has to happen in order to move the project to .NET 5 and will give me the migration steps. The first step is back up the project. Well, that is always a good idea, but just for the purposes of this demo, I'm going to skip it and I'm going to choose command number 3, skip next step. Second, migration step convert project files to SDK style. That already happened in my demo app, but if your application was created in .NET Framework, then it has old style project file, and the tool will help you to migrate it to new, much better, simplified SDK style project file. Then the tool is going to update TFM. So I'm going to choose 1, apply next step. And now the tool basically retargeting my application from .NET Framework, TFM is target framework moniker, to .NET 5. And because my application is WPF, it retargets it to .NET 5-Windows. This is a target framework moniker for Windows on .NET 5. Okay, this is done. Next step, update NuGet packages. I'm going to press 1, go ahead. And what now happens, the tool analyzes package dependencies. So if there are any transitive dependencies, the tool optimizes that. Then it upgrades all NuGets to the latest versions that support .NET 5. And next, disable unsupported configuration sections. I'm going to press 1. Here, it looks at my configuration sections, and if something is not supported in .NET 5, it's just going to comment it out. Of course, sometimes you need to do refactoring. You need to find other ways how to do the same functionality, but let's look at the tool. So I have one warning that this NuGet package is no longer needed. And other than that, let me rebuild the project. And after it is rebuilt, let's look at properties. Let's unload and load the project again, just because we modified the project file outside of Visual Studio. So that might be confusing for Visual Studio. And now properties. There you go. Target framework, .NET 5. Let's run the app. And it works.
Yellow hexagon. Gray circle. T. Test.
Excellent. Now let's quickly take a look. I'm curious what happened. There are a few utility files, but also in app config, the tool determined that system diagnostic section is not supported on .NET 5, and it commented the code related to that. And in my CSproj file, it updated my TFM from .NET 4.8 to .NET 5 Windows. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, tool. Okay, now that I updated my application to .NET 5, I can enjoy all the things that are available there for .NET 5 apps. And let's talk about what is new in WPF for .NET 5. For WPF, we made many new XAML tooling improvements, and that includes our ever-improving XAML hot reload feature that makes it possible for you to update your app UI while the app is running with real data. So no need to stop and rerun your application. You make changes to XAML, you see the results right there in your running app. Then the new data binding diagnostic experience that makes sure that you don't miss binding failures in your application and able to navigate right to where that error occurs in your XAML code. New and easy to use design time data using dcolumn for XAML Designer. This makes it possible for you to quickly mock any property without ever having to run your application. And many more. Actually, let me open Visual Studio and just show you all those features in my application. So I'm going to use the same app, Baby Smash, but this time I have a splash screen, a starter screen before my application runs. That will allow me to choose, do I want to run this application on both monitors or just one monitor, and so on. You can see I have a rotating image of the author of this amazing application, Scott Hanselman, and Baby Smash figures, start, cancel. All right, so this is my splash screen.
Orange trapezoid.
And let me look at this splash screen in the designer. Oh, wow. So I don't see the picture. I don't see the values. That is all because I'm using data binding, and data binding cannot be shown in the designer. But what if I wanted to fine-tune my UI with real values? Or, for example, when you just start developing your app, you might not have your view model, something to bind to at all. But if you want to fine-tune how your form looks like, it would be very handy to have those controls populated with data, right? And for that, we have a new feature called design time data. Let me modify my code, and then I will show you what I have changed. So here, let's go to image. I added D source, and I specified the path to the image file. By adding D colon before any property, you can fake or mock the value of that property for your design time. And what is amazing, that will not take effect on your real application. So you won't check in some dummy data and deploy it to production. Then that D column, as I said, can be used with any property. So we can use it with a checkbox and assign the value. You can use it for, let's find what else I'm using it for. Oh, I can use it for combo box item and specify all that. So pretty amazing feature. Now my design time is as full of data as my real-time application. All right. Now I wanted to show you another improvement, which is IntelliSense. So let's go to, let's say here, rotating images and my binding path. Before, if I remove this, I don't have any IntelliSense. But we added this magic light bulb, and we can add the using. And now, as I start typing, here you go. I see all available options. So IntelliSense is here, and it works both ways. So if I type something that doesn't exist, I can click Create Property and add this property to my code. Excellent. All right, let me run my application again. And wait, where is my image? Oh yeah, of course, I just modified it, so I broke my application. And obviously I broke my data binding. Before, the only way how you could find out what happened is look into this output window. So I would scroll through and try to find, I guess this is the line that corresponds to error, which is extremely not handy. But now we have a data binding failures. In the in-app toolbar, you can see this red icon that is notifying that something is wrong with my data binding. I have one binding failure. Once I click on it, I see the XAML binding failure window with all the details about my binding failure. And this is the standard Visual Studio pane, so you can dock it, resize it, move it for all columns. Actually, let me break more things just to give you a better example. Yeah, what else? Where else is my data binding? Okay, let's break this one. Excellent. So I have many binding failures here in the app. I now see 3. I see all that. And you can do all the things you can usually do with Visual Studio Toolbox. So I can filter, I can sort them, I can select which columns to show, which columns not to show. I can group them. If I have a same binding failure happens many times, I can just say combine duplicates. In my case, I have just one, but in other cases, you will have a count of how many same error happened. I can search. So what was that new property, right? Here you go. This is my error for new property. And the most amazing feature is that I can navigate to the source code. And here it is. That is where it's broken. Now I want to show you another feature that is called XAML hot reload. So I'm going to bring my app. And actually, you know what? I want to fix it. While I'm fixing it, let me set topmost. I set it to true. I want to see my application. And there you go. I didn't stop and rerun my application. My changes took effect immediately. Okay, so this is my app. And now let's go and fix my binding failures. Okay, that was rotating images. I have IntelliSense. Excellent. There you go. I have fix immediately applied to my running app. So that is XAML hot reload. Great. Now let's talk about what is new in WinForms on .NET 5. We have even more performance improvements, apologies, specifically in WinForms area. My team refactored the old WinForms code and leveraged new APIs. This optimization resulted in significant reduction of memory consumption. In some cases, saving up to 10 times in memory allocations. So you can see on the picture on the slide the graph that compares memory allocations for .NET Framework, .NET Core, and .NET 5 WinForms apps. .NET 5 is the green one, so it's significantly less memory, which means significantly much faster. We also added to WinForms a new task dialog control and made some improvements to the existing controls. So the code that haven't been touched for a while, now we started updating as well. And in .NET 5, we tackled top customer asks, bringing back support for Visual Basic and Click Once. We received a very strong feedback that those two things you absolutely want to have in the future. So now it's available on .NET 5. It is available for both WinForms and WPF applications. And similarly, we added a new modern web control, WebView 2, based on Chromium Microsoft Edge Chromium, that also is available for both WinForms and WPF. And accessibility is very important nowadays, and we make sure the controls meet today's accessibility requirement. And we working very closely with all control vendors such as Telerik, Grape City, DevExpress, Infragistic, and many others to make sure that all their third-party controls are available on .NET 5 and future versions of .NET. And let me show you a demo for WinForms. So for my WinForms demo, I'm going to just use a file new WinForms application targeting .NET 5. Let me check that this one. Yep, it's a blank app that targets .NET 5. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to add that new WebView 2 control. So to do that, I will go to Manage NuGet Packages. I will search for WebView 2. Here it is, Microsoft.web.webview2. I will install this package. And now I should have WebView 2 in my box. Yes, here it is. So I can add it to my form. I can resize it. Let's make it like that. And let me set the source to some website. And let's run it, see how it works. Here it is on my other screen. So there you go. I have a website running in my WinForms application. You can interact with this website. I can navigate to pages. Pretty impressive, right? Excellent. Okay, what else is new with WinForms? Well, Click Once. Let's package this application and deploy it via Click Once. For that, I right-click on the project, go to Publish, and I'll start. I will choose Click Once. Here I can specify the publish location. I will leave it as bin/publish. I can specify install location, so I can install from a website. My users can install it from a website, from UNC Pass or FileShare, or even from CD, DVD, or USB drive. I'll leave it for now. Here are settings page, and I can customize. I can set prerequisites. By default, it has .NET Desktop Runtime 5. The latest one that I'm using. I can specify anything else, and I can also set the location from where I want that prerequisite be installed. So download from component vendor website or from same location as my application, or I can just specify the path where I want it to be downloaded. In options, we can say a publisher name, we can product name, support URL, error URL if your customers are facing some issues. Here in deployment, you can check automatically generate the following deployment web page after publish. And you have different options for manifest. I'm going to create a desktop shortcut and file associations. Then you can set automatic check for updates. So if I choose that, I specify the path, then my application will be checking for updates, and I can say when after the application starts or before application starts, I can specify a minimum required version for this application, and so on. And every time I publish, I can increase major version, minor version, build, and I check that revision should be increased automatically. So every time I publish something new, this number should be bumped up. Then I have an option to sign my project with a manifest. I can select it from a store, I can select manifest from file, or I can even create a select certificate. I can even create my own test certificate. Let me say, provide a password. All right, here's my test certificate right here. And in my solution, now I have a WinForms app2 temporary key.pfx. That is the temporary certificate that got created for me. I'm gonna go next, and this is the new for .NET 5. Here you have few different deployment methods. You can do framework dependent or self-contained. Framework dependent is similar to what we had for .NET Framework applications, where your application will rely on the .NET Framework that is installed on the machine of your users. But you can also go self-contained, and in that case, the required framework, in our case .NET 5, will be packaged with your application and distributed to your users. So you don't have to worry about configuration of your user machine. You can provide everything that is needed for your application in your deployment package. For self-contained, there are options of produce file, single file exe. This is something my team is currently working on, so we are keep improving this experience. Let me finish and deploy it. So I created the publishing profile. I clicked publish. My app is getting deployed into bin/publish folder. Once it's done, I see it succeeded. I have published, so let me run. Once I run this publish.html, I see this is a nice page that I can give to my users where they can see a publisher, the name of my app, and they can install the application. And I can run setup. Oh, let me bring it to my main monitor. Here's the setup. I'll do install. It really likes appearing on a different monitor, but there it is. 1 second. There is my application deployed on my machine. Now, if I search for my app, I have it on my machine. All right, now let's talk about WinUI. Once I bring my... Okay, some people are asking us, what is happening with UWP? Will it be available on the future versions of .NET? And as you might know, UWP had some limitations, such as you had to target a specific version of Windows, you could distribute your app only through Microsoft Store or sideloading, App Container enforced certain restrictions. So WinUI 3 is the next generation of UWP that allows you to create fluent and touch-friendly Windows 10 applications that are X-copyable, work on all versions of Windows 10. There is no app container. It is open source. It supports C# in .NET 6 and C++. And the preview is already available that works on .NET 5, so you can go check it out at aka.ms/WinUI. And the last topic I wanted to cover today is what's happening going forward with desktop. Well, We are making progress on our .NET multi-platform app UI that we announced almost a year ago at Build 2020. It will help you deliver performant, beautiful, and consistent app experience across various platforms and devices, and allow you to share code across your mobile and desktop apps. .NET MAUI under the hood uses technologies out there today for building native apps on Windows with WinUI, Mac Catalyst for macOS, and of course iOS and Android. .NET MAUI abstracts all those frameworks into a single framework built on .NET 6. And that means it will allow you to build this app for any device from a single code base and project system. And that includes desktop and mobile across operating systems, Windows, macOS, iOS, and Android. The general availability will be in .NET 6, and Preview 1 we just got available, so it's out. You can also check it out at github.com/.net/MAUI. Now let's talk about hybrid apps. Everybody is probably familiar with Electron apps. It's kind of a web app that runs in desktop application. There are many examples such as VS Code, Slack, Spotify, and we want to enable you to build those types of applications with .NET. So we're going to take Blazor, that's our web application framework, and let you run it as a desktop application in .NET 6. This enables you to create hybrid client apps which combine web and native UI together in a native client application. The primary benefit of this is that you can write your UI one time, and because it's web looks the same on Mac and Windows PC, so you can reuse that UI components everywhere. Blazor Hybrid App is built on top of .NET MAUI, .NET Multi-Platform App UI. And the great thing about it is because it's running in a native container, you have access to full machine. So you can talk to file system or anything in it. And although it will run anywhere on .NET MAUI, where .NET MAUI runs, for .NET 6, our primary focus is for Blazor hybrid apps to run on desktop apps. So as you can see on the slide, it's Windows PC and Mac OS. They're highlighted in more bolder color. Okay, now I would like to show you the demo of this Blazor hybrid application. And these are going to be internal bits. It's not released yet. It will be available in .NET 6 Preview 3 that is coming up soon. And first, let me just show you a Blazor application. So I'll create a simple Blazor template. I can do it from a command line by running the command .NET new Blazor server and give it to the name. I just did that. I opened it in my Visual Studio. Here's the Blazor application, and let me run it. So if you tried Blazor before, you've seen this template. That's what we create automatically to get you familiar with the concept. It has a home page. It has a counter that you can increase. It has some fetch data. This is a weather forecast. This is web application. It runs in the server. It cannot talk to my machine, right? Now, let me switch to another project, which is Blazor hybrid application. Let me run this one. And here you can see the same web application, same homepage, counter, fetch data, right? So it looks the same. It has same functionality, but in this case, it runs as a desktop application on my machine. So it has same privilege as WinForms and WPF apps. It has an in-app toolbar, and it can talk to my machine. So you can benefit from all the features of desktop applications and at the same time reuse the UI like you do in web applications, because web looks the same across different platforms, Windows, macOS, Android, and so on. So these hybrid applications connect in two worlds desktop, and web. And you can learn more about Blazor. If you're not familiar, you can read the documentation. We have a link for it right in the app template. So this is Blazor, getting started, download. It has all the features described here. So if you haven't tried Blazor, if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and check it out. And those hybrid applications that I just showed you will be available, as I said before, in .NET 6 Preview 3. I encourage you to check out the preview channels because that's where we release the latest, the hottest news, and you can get your hands on it the first, and you can give us feedback. You actually can influence the future of those features by providing us feedback. Say what you think, what other capabilities your application needs, and so on. Okay, let's go back to our slides. And .NET 6 Preview is already available. Windows Forms and WPF developers, .NET 6 will bring support for running on ARM64. So we continue performance improvements, we continue effort in accessibility support, and more productivity tools with Visual Studio. So please check out preview at aks.ms/get.net6. Let us know what you think. We absolutely love your active participation. So if you have any feedback, please go ahead, let us know. Also, we try to develop everything in the open, so you can contribute, you can file issues, you can file PRs, you can be a creator of those platforms with us. And we really, really appreciate all the community contributions that you do. With that, I have everything for today, and I'm happy to answer to your questions. Thank you so much.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm Senior .NET Developer and Microsoft MVP on Developer Technologies. I remember when about 3 years ago I had to prepare a presentation with .NET Core running on a Raspberry Pi with Linux. I had some sensors reading temperature and luminosity, and obviously I started to get data, more and more data. Of course, the next step is to get important information from data, and naturally I have made my first shift towards machine learning. As a .NET developer, I was lucky that in the same time Microsoft ML.NET was out for preview. So in today's talk I will show you an interesting use case mixing up deep learning and machine learning with ML.NET. Traditional programming is all about having input data, applying some rules on that data and getting an output. We are so used to this that we don't even realize it. Take a look at these pictures. In the first picture, we see many people planning, processing, using their brain 8 hours per day to do their work. In the second picture, we see the evolution. Many people, let's say developers, planning, processing, using their brain 8 hours per day to do their work. In a particular way, we train people to be developers. Indeed, this is evolution. We put our intelligence or our algorithms in machine code, and that code is running on our machines. They are doing our work. On the other hand, with machine learning, data goes in and the learned rules came out. Comparing to classic code, we can say the machine learning model is alive. Your code is not, because your code is not adapting itself. You have to maintain it. Let's put this simpler. With every build, your code is frozen into binaries. So why to not rely on the machines to create the algorithms or intelligence? Let's look at these pictures. The second one may look scary. By using AI, machine learning and deep learning, we have the chance to see a new evolution. So where are the people? Maybe having piña colada on the beach. I'm sorry guys, we still have COVID-19 around, so let's wait a little bit more for piña colada. Now let's get serious again. I have an interesting hypothesis for you. Has machine learning more human-like behavior than traditional coding? Yes, it has. Let me give you an example. Writing an algorithm is like writing a cooking recipe. A recipe has ingredients and steps you have to follow. But you did the recipe before, and the machine is only running it. Is the machine intelligent for running your recipe? Is this making the machines more human? No. On the other side, failing, succeeding, repeating until the recipe is good enough. This is making the machines more human than coding. We, as developers, have to be prepared for this new paradigm, machine learning, because in 10 or 20 years it will change the way we code. But until then, we continue to write ourselves our recipes. Look at the first picture. We have the machines, but we are still doing the hardest part here. Hundreds of millions of developers are writing cooking recipes, and the machines are just blindly running them. This will change soon. I will show you next how we can make a small step towards this change. When I first had to deal with machine learning, I believed that finding the right trainer is the hardest part. Totally wrong. Let me make a disclaimer. I'm not a data scientist, but I'm trying to nail down the world of data science from a development perspective. The hardest part is to get the data ready for building the model. To find the right trainer, we can make use of Model Builder, or automated ML. Model Builder is able to detect which is the best trainer for a specific scenario by training a model and measuring its quality in a specific time frame. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying a data scientist is not needed anymore. What I'm saying, you don't have to be a data scientist to get it started. But let's state a few things. Your machine learning model cannot be better than your dataset. Even more, it's more important to have a good dataset than having the smartest algorithm, because a bad dataset will result in a bad machine learning model. But data doesn't mean only erroneous data. Take note that your data contains your biases. If you decide to save time skipping data preparation, do not be surprised if you have to pay the price later. You will waste a lot of time and not in a productive way. You are familiar with technical debt. Because the similarities with technical debt, I will call it data preparation debt. Let's talk about data. Observations is a collection of lines consisting of features or readings. The supervised learning needs a special feature which serves as target feature or label. Tagging an observation with a label is called labeling. My use case used for this demo is supervised learning. More specifically, is multi-classification. Therefore, my label will be a category or a class. Binary classification and regression, both they have labels because this is specific to supervised learning. The word supervised for multi-classification comes from the fact that the observations are labeled. Let's suppose we have a system able to read some data, like temperature, luminosity, infrared, distance, and we have a dataset consisting of 1,000 of observations. By the way, how much data is enough? Well, it comes with the experience, but keep in mind, if you have more categories or classes, you need more data. If you need more precision, you need more data again. Too much data never hurts, as long as it's good data. These observations are labeled, and we have a feature called source for these readings, for every observation in the dataset. In fact, the source which stays in front of the sensors is generating these observations. The source are a lighter or a flashlight, an infrared torch, or simply the daylight. If the first three sources are easy to guess, this one is a special class. It is the default category when in front of the sensor we don't have any of the previous classes, lighter, flashlight, or infrared. Let me exemplify. We have a dataset with data consisting of readings from an IoT device, and we want to predict the source of these readings. Giving 20 degrees and 90% luminosity, 0 infrared, it's not very warm, but the infrared is 0 and it's very bright. It may be a flashlight. In the same time, if we have 120 degrees Celsius or significant infrared radiation, it may be a lighter. It's important to understand what problem do we solve. Our use case is multi-classification, but depending on the label or target feature we choose, we can have binary classification or regression. Look at the table and imagine a classic approach consisting of a tree of if-else statements. Therefore, you might end up having here 2x4 if-else statements. That's 16. But what about if you want to add another 3 features? That's 2x7, 128. and think about the thresholds you have to adjust manually in order to decide if a value is big enough or small enough to be a part of a lighter or a flashlight. You may think you are done. Bad news. You did all the work indoor. Now let's move the devices with all the sensors outdoor. Your code will fail because the system is not calibrated for outdoor, and you have to redefine all your thresholds and maybe even change the algorithm in a few places. This is the classical approach, but to do all of this with machine learning, it's poetry. And you know what? The more features you have, the better to use machine learning, because our brain is simply not built to identify large dimensional analytical data. Our brain seems to be much more adaptive for labeling images. Even if there are involved more than 7 features here, it performs better because our brain is trained for an entire lifetime to recognize such objects. We can say that the brain has its own model. By the way, there is a recent job for doing this, labeling images, and there are companies offering image labeling services where people are labeling shapes in pictures all day long. So funny, 2021, and we are doing most of the image labeling by humans. But that's another topic. Let's get back to our analytical data, where humans seems to perform worse. So who's labeling the analytical data? Let's take a look on the time axis. The past is the past. We cannot do much. But for the present and for the future, we can do a lot if we have something with good eyes and ears. And I'm talking about computer vision, of course. Let's put the deep learning to work. So the plan is to use deep learning to get the datasets labeled. Then we can use the generated datasets to train machine learning models. Now that's 2021. Indeed, an IoT device has better eyes and ears and much more senses which humans does not possess. We can train a deep learning model to recognize a precise set of categories. For example, our categories: flashlight, lighter, infrared, and daylight. We do that one time and we are expecting it to perform better than humans in the most of the cases. Oh, and opposing to humans, it doesn't get tired and fail. We have a tendency to evaluate human skills at their best shape, but what about bad days or fatigue or stress? What we get? An automatized labeling system which needs very little human intervention, and it's more like supervising. I said we cannot do much with the data in the past, but if we are lucky, for already existing datasets, we already have a good candidate for label. But most of the time we don't have one. We will address those situations when we don't have a good candidate for a label. For the near past, we can do pre-labeling. Well, pre-labeling does not involve deep learning, but it deserves mentioning it because it's a very good technique to get the datasets labeled. And for smart labeling, which is real-time labeling, and for post-labeling, with the help of computer vision, we are saved. IoT will play a critical role in artificial general intelligence. Actually, I cannot imagine artificial general intelligence without IoT. We can use IoT devices with sensors and computer vision to replace humans in many areas of dataset labeling. In fact, we put a deep learning model to do the supervising instead of a human. Now let's see the hardware. For the demo, I have used cheap resources like a Raspberry Pi and a camera, and a few sensors, analog and digital, calibrated or not. What do they have in common? You can guess, they are all cheap. But I'm saying that because this demo is a working proof of concept which can be improved a lot. And we have the categories or classes, which I already mentioned a few times. The flashlight, the lighter, the infrared torch, or the daylight. Let's talk about deep learning. TensorFlow is an open source framework for deep learning and machine learning with support for many languages, including C#. Using TensorFlow.net SDK, you can build, train, and predict deep learning models using C# as well. Of course, it takes some time learning it and you need data science skills. What about if you don't have either of them, time and data science skills? Let's remember we want to use TensorFlow pre-trained models in our C# code without the need of learning TensorFlow or Python. Currently, ML.NET, by using Microsoft ML TensorFlow NuGet package, is limited to predictions and transfer learning, so you cannot train from scratch TensorFlow models, but you can do transfer learning, aka retraining a small part of it, and you can consume pre-trained models. By the way, predictions can be made with models in ONNX format too, but that's another topic. We can get TensorFlow models pre-trained with other frameworks for various use cases like computer vision or image recognition, voice recognition, language translation, handwriting recognition, and many more. Nevertheless, training a deep learning model from scratch may take several days or even weeks, depending on the computing power. Now, Inception model. For demo, I have used Inception v3. Inception v3 is a convolutional neural network that is 48 layers deep. The pre-trained model can classify images into 1000 object categories, including animals, plants, or different objects. You can train for new classes using transfer learning, and for that you have to provide enough images for each new category you want to train. Transfer learning is a machine learning method where a model developed for a task is reused as the starting point for another task. Inception model consists of two parts: feature extraction and classification. The idea is to intercept the classification part and retrain with our own classes. Let's get into some details. Why do we need transfer learning? Many times you don't want to limit the predictions to the existing classes. Instead of that, you might want to intercept the final layer and complete the training yourself with your set of images for your desired classes and to predict for those classes. Inception feature extraction is able to recognize small shapes, lines, edges, corners, shadows, or larger shapes like a leaf, a nose, a wheel, and we need these muscles to train it with our objects like lighter, flashlight, torch, or whatever we decide to train with. Let's take a look at the far right for the blue dot. That's the classification part. So below you can see it scaled up. This is the part we need to replace in order to do the transfer learning. The question is, How I can identify the layers of the model? Netron is a great tool that allows you to inspect the layers, but for this part, data science skills are very important. Let's observe the softmax layer at the bottom. Classifying a new image using the original model will get one class in the 1000 classes, but this is not what we need. First, because the classes for lighter or flashlight, if such classes exist, were not trained with our images, and second, because we have too many categories, and it's very probably that our object will be assimilated but any of them. We need to train with our images, and we need to limit the classes to our categories in order to get precision. Now this is a sample consuming the inception model in order to classify for 1000 classes. In the first line of the code, we call load from enumerable method with an empty list. We are not reading data here, since it's an empty list, but we need to read the schema of the data. Load from enumerable returns a data view object, and the data view object has data and schema. Then we are building the pipeline by reading the new image, resizing it, extracting pixels from it, and doing the scoring using the TensorFlow model from the model location. By calling fit method, we trigger the model building, except we don't have a model to build here, but a model to load. Then we create a prediction engine, and we call predict method with the new image we want to predict. As I said before, this is not helping us too much since the model is not customized with our classes. We want to make the model forget the 1000 classes, but keep the muscles to learn my 4 classes. So how do we realize that? How do we realize the transfer learning? First, we load the data with the images of the new categories: flashlights, lighters, infrareds, into a data view object. In the previous pipeline, we went all the way down to the softmax 2 layer. The softmax 2 layer is classifying for the 1000 classes, but we don't need that part. So we stop earlier at the softmax 2 pre-activation layer. But now we have to take care of the multi-classification ourselves to finish the process of classifying into our 4 classes. Let's see it side by side. Comparing the code for transfer learning in the left side with the code for scoring in the right side, we notice that the load from text file method gets the location of data as argument. The location contains images and the CS file with the labels or classes. The transfer learning needs the label data from CSV to be converted to numbers, from value to key, because ML.NET is not working with strings. The pipeline is stopping at layer softmax 2 pre-activation, and the rest of the layers part of the final classifying, like softmax 2, are ignored. We have to take care of the multi-classification because we have our classes instead of the classes used by the original model, 1000 classes. We have to map back the key to value in order to make the prediction human readable. In our demo, we have 2 IoT devices, but we can scale up to as many as we want. Actually, for computer vision, a camera is fine, but 2 or 3 cameras which gets the images from different angles are very useful. For now, The IoT devices are responsible only for data acquisition, but soon we will be able to do the prediction part on ARM CPUs with ML.NET. In that way, we will not have to send the whole image to the desktop module to make the prediction. Functionally speaking, to extract the category for labeling. We will do that on Raspberry Pi and send only the category back to the desktop module. When I say ARM CPU, I'm not thinking only about Raspberry Pi. I'm thinking on some other newcomers like M1 CPU from Apple, and from now the things are getting really exciting. Now let's get to the demo. I have pre-recorded the demo because it's hard to present this as I speak, so I'll present on the recording. Well, we want to cover in our demo the scenarios of pre-labeling, real-time labeling, and post-labeling. In the left part, we have the interface for the desktop module, which reads data from the sensors and from camera. In the right part, we have both the interfaces for IoT devices, for sensors, and for camera. Now, let's start reading the data from the IoT devices. We can see here the live icon saying that we are reading real data from the camera and from the sensors. Indeed, we can see sensors data synchronized between the two interfaces. We can notice that we have no source in front of the camera, so for that reason the extracted label from such image is daylight. Data from the sensors are not labeled yet, but the camera sends the images in real time and we make a prediction which results in our label. Now, having the sensors data and the image prediction, we can match them by timestamp and associate them into a labeled reading. I have colored a successful matching in green. If the sensor's data does not match a predicted label, then I have colored the unsuccessful matching in red. Of course, we will drop this. We can remove any readings if we consider they are not good enough. For example, we have objects which are not properly detected. We can improve this by training our model with better and more images. Normally, we are seeing in the camera objects we are expecting for, not birds or flowers. So we have a few daylight readings here. Now let's see some lighter readings. We can see the lighter readings appearing, and we do the same. We can keep what we need and drop which is not good. If we have enough data, we can save them in the CSV file. Let's see the same for the flashlight. We can see the label nicely extracted. Again, we want to clean the data we want to keep. Now let's see another approach, the pre-labeling. For that, we have to set in advance the label to be associated with the readings. For this case, we don't use deep learning because we are the one who sets the label. We can see it's unlabeled. And now it's labeled because we have selected a class. And we can start getting the data from the sensors. Now we had real-time labeling or smart labeling, and we had pre-labeling, but what about post-labeling? Well, the post-labeling is not exemplified here in my demo, but the idea is to save the data from the sensors to CSVs and to save the images from camera, and later to do the matching by the timestamp. Okay, now we have enough data. Let's try to check how good they are, and we will train a multi-classification model in order to measure the quality of the model. So if we get a good accuracy, we can conclude we did a decent labeling and the proof of concept simply works. Okay, let's select this. So the accuracy is not fantastic, but it's pretty decent because we have only a few readings. We need better accuracy, then we have to read more data for training. So this is the smart labeling with all the stages: pre-labeling, real-time labeling, and post-labeling. The application used for this demo won the 3rd place at Virtual ML.NET Hackathon a few months ago. The source code is available on GitHub under my profile. For academic purposes, we see a lot of examples from different areas of AI, but in real life, the most interesting solutions are those combining different types of machine learning and deep learning. Imagination is the limit. Our mission is to make the life easier, and one approach is to remove any redundant human work. Using image classification to label analytical data is a simple way to automate the labeling, which we saw already is consuming many resources. The weak part of this idea is the hardware, which has to be customized for each scenario, but it pays back. Thank you for watching.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. programming in Java while learning Python, turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production, and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes, and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hi everyone, my name is Sergey, I'm from Parimatch Tech, and today I want to talk about the microservices and how to build them with the .NET. First of all, small disclaimer, everything I will be talking about in this session might not be applicable to your use case, it might not be even correct or right. It's all my personal opinion, and personally I find them helpful for me, but it might not be helpful for you. So you were warned. Let's move. Let's move to the evolution of the .NET and C#. With every new release, we were given a new options of doing the same things in new ways. This is just an example how we can check some variable, whether it's empty string or null. So we have a lot of different options, including new brand pattern matching stuff. And this is how we can do the ASP.NET controller with a few lines of code. Using records was not intended to be used for this use case, however it's still possible. And I find this very appealing because you just need to write less code and reduce typing and reduce the number of characters to solve my problems. However, we haven't been given any advice or guidance from our vendor of how to build microservices until recently. A few years ago, they published a very good guidelines on this matter, but years before that, we haven't any. So the only choice was to invent the wheels by ourselves. That's why we ended up having a lot of different options of doing things, and building microservices is also one of these things. And in this session, I want to share some of my techniques and observations that I find useful for building microservices especially. And regarding the guidance from Microsoft, you can easily Google it, or you can just scan this barcode from my screen. This is very good and truthful guidance containing a lot of useful information of various aspects of building microservices with .NET: caching, resilience, login, health checks, everything is there. And I will be using some code and snippets from there, but to get a full picture, you're welcome to go and read this from the origins. It's time for my first rule of code organization: less assemblies, less folders, less files, and less namespace. Why? First of all, if you have fewer pieces, it's easier to manage them. So if you have less assemblies, it means that your build time will be shorter, because you would not need, not you, but your compiler would not need to move files from output of one project to another, just because you decided to split all your service into a few smaller projects. The only reason of splitting the project into multiple assemblies is the case when you would need to deploy them into different locations, because assembly is a unit of deployment. It's not a unit of code organization as many of us think. It's barely just a unit of deployment. And if you got a project consisting of tens of assemblies, and all these assemblies are being copied to the single location, you are doing things wrong. Okay, less folders and namespaces. For some reason, .NET developers like to create things in opposite way. They are doing more folders, they nest folders one into another, and the result is folders containing only a few types. So if you figure out that your namespace contains 1 or 2 or 3 types, this is incorrect namespace. Also, you need to create less files. And one available option of doing this is to nest classes into a single file. There is a well-known rule that one file should contain no more than one class. And I personally find this rule very stupid. This rule was borrowed from the Java, and in Java, basically, you were not able to create more than one class in a single file because compiler would not allow you to do it. In C#, compiler allows us to do it, but there is a recommendation or there is best practice or whatever to keep only one class in a single file. But I think that this is not a good advice, and we should do the opposite. And my suggestion is to put files that have close relation one to each other into a single file. Here is a link where you can see the example of such breakdown. I will show you some example on the slide. Here we got a controller. It's a ping controller, a simple controller that just invokes some service. It has one method. This method is not shown here. It's just a get ping. This method has request and response types. So basically we have controller, we have request, response, and also we have auto mapper mapping profiles to map our view models into service use types. So we have one controller, two models, and two mapping profiles. And in traditional .NET application, it would create us 5 files. Just for one single operation, we would need to create 5 files. If we add, for example, some unit test, we can multiply this by 2, and we can get easily 10 files for one single operation. And my suggestion would be to nest response classes into controller and to nest profile into classes itself. So for example, in this particular case, we will get the ping controller. In this class, we define the response. And we notice that full name of response is ping controller.ping response. This basically means that we have a response for this controller. This is good naming. We didn't introduce any new namespace, but still got this good naming stuff. Also, we did the same trick with the mapping profile. The reason is why we put this mapping profile into the response and request classes itself is because this profile doesn't make sense without this class. It's used only in scope of request or response. And if you will troubleshoot your code, you would need to find the mapping profile for request. Usual flow would be to go to some folder. Usually it will be named like mapping profiles or whatever, or it could be even different separate projects. And then in the list of all your profiles, you would need to find the one that maps ping response into ping service result. And it would be really hard to do it because the name or signature of this profile does not necessarily has all the classes it relates to. But in this case, we can find this profile very easily because it's been embedded into the ping response itself. And this profile will never be used outside of the ping response. So this profile is used to map the ping service result into ping response, and it makes sense only in scope of the response. We haven't moved it into the ping service because this conversion, it doesn't make sense for service at all. So service is not aware about controllers, about anything. It just knows about its own stuff, but response somehow is aware about the service because it needs to convert the type of service result into response type that could be returned by controller. And the same motivation is why we added response and request class into controller itself, because they don't make any sense out of the scope of controller. So we have all this stuff packed into one file. We can easily navigate through them. And in my opinion, it provides much better maintainability options than having them in different places of our solution in different maybe projects, maybe namespaces, so in absolutely unrelated paths. But these things are all related and they should be kept together. Next question is, how should we share the code? And we have usual practice. It's like copy and paste, it may be NuGet, some more advanced technologies like monorepos. And my suggestion is not to use any of these, but to use Git submodules. NuGets are standard way, and NuGets are basically recommended ways of sharing libraries, as you might know, and usually we are using other code by referencing NuGet packages, and some guys and girls use the same approach to share the code within a team, because when you have a microservice, it means that we will create a lot of small projects that might need to share some code, and the natural move is to define this code into a single NuGet package, publish it, and then reference from all the services. And it works good, but only at the beginning. You all remember this meme, like how it started, how it's going. And in this case, it started very well. So we defined the NuGet, you pushed it, but then might get a lot of troubles, because NuGet is basically a library, and support of library is not an easy process. You need to do some versioning, you need to follow some versioning schema, you need to track releases. When you add some new stuff to your library, you need to ensure that it has some backwards compatibility. You need to do some regression testing, and the more consumers you have for NuGet, the harder this problem is. And it's not an easy thing to maintain a library intended to be consumed not by you. And even if you're going to consume this library only by you or by your team, with time this library will inevitably become heavier and heavier, and you will spend very huge amount of time of maintaining it. So it's not an optimal. And another drawback is that NuGets are only for .NET. So for example, if you have a service that should be consumed by some other technology, NuGet will not help you here. From other side, when we are working with microservices, we have already different protocols and standards by different technologies. So for example, for REST API, we have an Open API specification, and using this Open API specification, we can provide some description of our service that could be consumed by any framework, any technology. So you can build your service in .NET and consume it from Java without any additional coding. So my suggestion would be to use these open standards and not build your homemade solution in form of NuGets. And to utilize this thing in best way, I think, is using submodules. Submodules is the feature of Git that provides you ability to reference one repository from another one. Let's consider an example. We have a library repository. It's a green. It has 5 revisions, and we have 4 projects that are referencing this library. And as we can see, each project references its own revision of the library. So for example, if project 3 and project 5 are referencing revision B, and after that we made some changes to the library producing revision C, and that was needed for our project 2, then project 2 will use the version C, but to previous projects they will remain on the version B. If you want to update the version for project 3 and project 5, you will need to explicitly change the revision to project C. And it means that every revision of project has only one particular revision of the library. And if you, for example, in one version of project, let's say version 1.0, project 3, it was using revision B, and then you are releasing version 2.0 of Project 3 that will use the revision C. When you need to do some patching to your previous version, it will still be working with the revision B. So submodules look like just a regular folder in your project folder. So you just clone the repository into this folder, and you can reference all the project or files and whatever. You can, for example, reference your library as a C# project, use the code, and you even can modify both library and project code simultaneously, commit them to different repositories, and still have these revisions together. So yeah, this is very powerful technique, and I would recommend you to get familiar with Git submodules and find out how they could help you in your development life. Okay, these are use cases. So what we got? Shared code. This is simple. So in your project, you can just use .NET Edge project and reference the cproj file from the Git module folder. You also can use this to share the contracts of your service. In this case, you can expose your contracts in some separate repository, and all your consumers will add this repository as a Git module, and again just include them as a regular build dependencies. In this case, the example shows how to include the protobuf files, and built-in protobuf support in .NET would help us and generate the contracts automatically during the build. So you don't need to publish NuGets on the service side. You can just consume the proto files, and the rest will be done by .NET compiler. Classes will be generated, and you could use them. You can do the same with the Swagger or OpenAPI. You can reference the project containing the specification in JSON format and just consume it and generate your client class without any issues. And another use case is when you have, for example, a bunch of microservices and you need to run them all at once, like make some small cluster or whatever, or you need to do some integration testing. You can create a new repository, add all your projects as submodules, and add some helper scripts or Docker Compose file or Kubernetes manifest or whatever that will just take all these services and run them. Next in our list is continuous integration, continuous delivery. And main advice is not to use build agents for builds, but build everything in Docker. What does it mean? It means that you need to create a Docker file where all your build will be described with all steps. Why? Because it has a lot of advantages. First of all, you don't need to set up your build agents for your particular build. I remember all times when we were using TeamCity and we had these build agents, and when new version of .NET framework was released, we need to go and update our build agent. Also, when we were building things related to front-end, like Angular applications, we rather regularly faced the cases when the version of NPM was different in the build agent and on local machine, and you got different behavior of your build script, whether it was running locally or whether it was running on the build agent. It was very sensitive to the environment, and it was really time consuming to troubleshoot such kind of errors, because you would need to connect to remote machine using the remote desktop, find the reason, find the logs, get the version of NPM and so on. This is really unproductive things. But when you are building in Docker, this build can be reproduced anywhere. So once it builds on your local machine, it will be built in the same way on the CI/CD server. You can install all dependencies of the needed version and make sure that these dependencies will be used correctly whenever the build is happening. And all modern CI/CD solutions like GitLab, GitHub, or whatever, they all support this way of working. And it basically means that your repository has a Docker file having all the logic there. And in our cases, we put not only the build step, we put the also running unit tests, we put also versioning into the Docker file and all related stuff. One of steps, as I mentioned, was versioning. It's rather important to have versioning for your services. In some cases, it's more important than in other, but in general, it's always good to have some version, and it's not really good to go and manually update some version either on build agent or in some files when you are releasing some stuff. Would be very cool if this version could be generated automatically. And there are few tools that works in similar way, and these tools that can produce firmware version from the Git history. One of these tools is Git version. It's available either in Docker or as standalone application, or it also could be installed as a .NET CLI tool. And what it does, it just generates one unique version information in different formats. You can see on the right side the generated JSON file. It has the same version but in different formats depending on the usage. We can use any of these for our purpose. For example, to provide the versioning for NuGet, we can take the NuGet stuff. To build some release notes, we can take one. We can take the full version that includes the git commit hash and so on. But the main benefit is that this version would be generated explicitly the same for each revision, and it has some conventions. It follows the Git flow or GitHub flow or your own flow. When you are creating new releases, you merge back to master, and Git version detects all these actions, all these migrations from one branch to another, and it provides the semantic versioning in straightforward way. Next thing is about configuration. In .NET Core and now in .NET 5, this configuration story was really improved, and now it's like a breeze. So we can use the configuration much easier than before. But the main source of configuration are still configuration files, and they also have ability to put the environment into the configuration name. However, this is anti-pattern, and if you are familiar with 12-factor applications, there is one principle related to configuration, and this principle says that configuration should be kept separate from the source code. Why? Because using the source code, you are building the artifact that you can then deploy to any environment. And if you will keep the information about environment in your source code, then you restrict the set of environment where you can deploy stuff to basically to this environment described in your source code. So for example, if you have app settings dev and app settings prod, then basically you can deploy only to dev and to prod environment. If at some point you would need to deploy it to seed environment, for example, in this case, you would need to create another file. You would need to add it to repository, rebuild it, and then deploy. But it doesn't make any sense because this file is not a part of the code base. The recommendation would be not to create such files per environment. If you have anything that should be different on different environments, like connection string or maybe some credentials, whatever, it should be provided by other way. Usually the best option would be environment variable, but also we should be careful with the secrets because environment usually can be exposed very easily. For passwords and other sensitive information, there are other configuration providers that could be easily connected to the .NET application. Sometimes it may be convenient to have some local versions of your configuration. So for example, if you work in a database, you may have your own copy of the database running somewhere, and you may have a connection string that makes sense only for you. And there are different options how you can handle it. One of these would be to create some additional app settings local JSON and put it into git ignore so that you prevent it from being committed into Git repository. However, in .NET there is much easier way of doing things. Its name is user secrets. You have a CLI to .NET user secrets where you can define overrides for any of your configuration parameters. And also you should not forget about the command line arguments, especially that .NET has support to override any configuration using command line arguments without need of adding some library working with command line. Next thing in our list is observability. So observability is basically ability of the system to be observed so that we know what is happening there and we can make some decisions based on this information. It's very important thing in microservice world because not only we have many different services, but also these services are running in multiple instances. The first thing is logs, and the only advice I would give is just write logs to the console. Of course, there are options to ship logs to Kafka, to Elastic, to database, or whatever, and usually developers choose these ways because they don't see any benefit in having logs on the console. However, in microservice world, all our services are running in some environment that is aware about console logs, and they usually have built-in capabilities of shipping logs from the console to some aggregated storage like Elasticsearch. And the only advice would be to write logs in JSON format just to help the source system, for example Elasticsearch, properly index it. Next thing is metrics. Again, it's very, very important to have a list of metrics to understand whether our service behaves good or not. Metrics currently are not built into the .NET framework like logging. However, there are few well-known solutions. Next thing is health checks. Here is a link. You can click it and get to the documentation of Microsoft about how to add health checks to application. These are also very important things because your service might be running but not working, and you need to know what went wrong. When we are talking about microservices, usually and health, there is another option, and sometimes people are messing these things up. Actually, I'm talking about the props. The first tension of people is to combine the health checks with the Kubernetes props, and this is actually not the right thing to do. The idea here is that health checks, they usually are checking some external service. However, props must not check the external services. Okay, the next very important thing, but underestimated in .NET is static code analysis. Again, for years we haven't anything built into the framework. There were different tools available outside. My suggestion would be to use built-in stuff. It's Rosin analyzers. Its benefit is that we can set up our project so that code analysis will be executed during the build, and developers will not have any way to disable it. So it basically means that during build we execute the static code analysis, and if there are any violations, then build just doesn't pass. Rosin analyzers were provided via different NuGet packages. However, in .NET 5 they were included into SDK, and you usually don't need to install anything additional. You might install some additional, but for some basic analyzing you don't need to do it. Also, these analyzers are supported by IDE. IDE so it can use rules provided for these analyzers for code formatting, for finding issues, for fixing issues. As I said previously, we can configure build so it will fail during when there are violations, and it's done by setting the property thread warnings as errors. And this is also a good thing besides of the static code analysis, because when you are running build and you have a lot of warnings, it's not clear what you should do to them, because from the one hand these are warnings that probably should be fixed, but from the other hand this is just warning, they don't break your build, you can fix them later. However, if you disable warnings and every warning will be an error, you have no other choice as to either fix this error or somehow get rid of it. So my recommendation again is to treat warnings as errors and don't remain any warning or errors in your build. This is how it looked for the .NET Core 3. So you just needed to add some rule set. This is basically an XML file defining your rules. This treat warning as error, this is a setting in .NET 3 about not allowing any warnings in output. And here we have two NuGet packages. One is for style cop, other is for FX cop analyzers. In .NET 5 things have changed. This approach still works, but it's not recommended. Instead, there is a editor config file when you can specify all your rules. IDE can generate this editor config, or you can generate it using just some tools available on GitHub. If you have some existing project, then adding static code analysis might be a long way and tricky, because you can add some rule set with correct rules and get thousands of errors that probably no one will fix. We use some interactive approach, like we add rule set. First of all, we disable all rules. We make sure that our build builds and we don't have any errors or warnings. And then we just enable rule one by one and fix the violations and commit the results. And eventually we will get our beautiful code without any rule violations. Next important thing about microservices is ability to reuse the infrastructure they are running in. In .NET for years, our main development approach was to implement anything. If something is not implemented using .NET, it means that it doesn't exist. It's not always the optimal thing. And we should leverage the infrastructure we are running, and we should reuse existing solution that are available out of the box, and we should just plug them into our architecture. So, for example, if we are talking about some cloud provider or maybe about Kubernetes, there are primitives that allows you to do some background things. You can do Kubernetes jobs for things like client database migrations. Or also, you can, for example, use Varnish sidecar solution to provide the out-of-the-box caching service for your applications. And this is much better than trying to implement this caching solution yourself, because third-party solutions are usually well tested and they were built especially to solve these particular problems. Let's imagine our web application that works with the database and read from the queue. This is typical design for monolithic application. We have one instance and everything is fine. This instance reads from the queue, it runs to the database, it reads from the database. However, when we scale this instance, we might discover that the queue should be consumed by only one of them. And we need to add some logic to define who will be this one. We need to implement some sort of distributed consensus or whatever. And this is where difficulties are trying to escalate very quickly. And instead of doing this, we can split our workload into two services. One of them will be web applications, basically just ASP.NET Core, and another would be a worker. It could be just a simple console application. It will be in the same solution, different project. This is the case when there is a reason to create a different project. And they can share some contracts, especially logic working with the database. And still, this whole solution is one microservice. It just consists of two types of binaries. One is working and other is web application. And this is completely fine. We can use this worker as a Kubernetes job. Kubernetes will ensure that there is only one instance of this job running right now. It will reschedule it if this job fails and so on. So yeah, it could be a much more flexible solution with less code if you will split this into two parts. Next thing is resiliency. Since we are working with microservices are usually about distributed systems. For distributed systems, there are a few unpleasant facts. If you're talking about .NET, then de facto standard of resiliency in .NET is Poly. This is a library that allows you to define different policies of how to handle various outages. It could be exception, it could be some return code or whatever. And Poly provides a set of building blocks about handling these problems. In this example, we can see that we define a policy that will handle some special exception type, and the handling would be wait and retry. So we provide a few time intervals, and our code will try to retry first time after 1 second. If that attempt is unsuccessful, then next attempt would happen after 2 seconds, next after 3, and if last is not successful, then the error will be returned back to the client. And then we use this policy to execute some code. In this case, it will do something. We can easily define various policies and then reuse them. And the recommendation is for any invocation of external service, any network call, we need to use at least retries, because every call may fail and retry might help here. And another thing is that we always need to use timeouts. This is very, very important. If you have some overload of the method that accepts timeouts, we should use this overload, or we could handle timeouts with the poly. While it's a good approach to define policies in one place and then reuse them, it's also not very funny to put the use of policy to each and every, for example, HTTP call, because it will violate our don't repeat yourself principle. It would require copy and paste the same code over and over again, and it would be nice if we could get rid of it. And there is such an option, especially for Poly and for HTTP client factory. And the option is that you can define the policy when you are in the same place when you're configuring your HTTP client. So in this case, we have some basket service, and we are configuring this basket service. This basket service accepts HTTP client, so we are configuring the HTTP client for this basket service, and we simply provide this policy handler that we are creating retry policy. So we define this in one single place, usually in startup CS. And then our basket service will just use HTTP client without any additional thinking about retries and so on. It just will invoke regular get or post or whatever methods. And all these methods will be covered by our resilience policy. And that's it. So I briefly described some aspects of building microservices. Some of them are important, some of them may be not that important. You may agree or disagree with some of this. If you find yourself disagreeing, then let me know. But now, thank you for your attention. Meet you soon.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending my presentation at MS Stage. I hope that you are enjoying this event and that you have learned a lot during the day. My session is What's New in Xamarin Forms 5 with special guest .NET MAUI. My name is Luis Beltran. I am very happy to be here participating and speaking at the event. So let's get started with our topic. First of all, just brief introduction about me. I am a Mexican Microsoft MVP in AI and developer technologies. I'm currently working for Thomas Bata University in Zlín in Czech Republic, where I am also pursuing my PhD in artificial intelligence and engineering informatics. I'm also lecturer at Tecnológico Nacional de México in Celaya. And well, here you have my email and Twitter in case you would like to follow up with some contact or if I can help you with anything about mobile applications, cloud computing, or artificial intelligence. So yeah, why not? Let's get in touch. So going to our topic, .NET is the platform that you can use to build whatever you want. You can create desktop applications such as WPF, Universal Windows Platform, even WinForms. This has been over the years, maybe around more than 20. Then you can also create web applications such as ASP.NET Core, or even combine it with some front-end technologies such as Angular or Blazor, which is also pushing strongly. You can deploy your applications, your .NET applications, to the cloud, to Azure, or to even some other providers. You can also use .NET to develop gaming applications for Xbox or other technologies, using Unity, for instance. You can create IoT, Internet of Things applications, and also artificial intelligence with ML.NET. And well, last but not least, you can use your .NET skills and knowledge to create mobile applications with a technology known as Xamarin. And Xamarin Forms is part of this technology. It is defined as an open source mobile UI framework from Microsoft that you can use to create iOS, Androids, and also Windows applications from a single shared code base. It means that we will be able to develop the applications using, for instance, C#. We will have a project where we write all our business logic and also our user interface code, thanks to the Xamarin Forms approach. So we will write it only once, and we can deploy it anywhere. We can just change the target, and we can then publish an application to an Android device or to an iOS, or we can test it also on Windows 10 devices or computers, for instance. There is also there are also some packages that you can use to take the most from sensors or from mobile architectures, such as Xamarin Essentials. So you can, for instance, with 1 or 2 lines of code, save preferences in device, store information in the device, or you can also check if the device is connected to the internet thanks to the connectivity element from Xamarin Essentials, or you can call the phone application or send an SMS very easily. All your code will be in this project, which is a .NET standard project. And you will also have projects for each platform that you also want to target. So in your architecture, you might have an iOS project, an Android project, and also a Universal Windows Platform project. You can add your own code in these specific platform-specific projects in case you would like to customize some behavior or some appearance. Well, this technology has been available for developers for quite some time. And today I'm going to explain or to talk about the latest version, which is Xamarin Forms 5, which has brought several features such as brushes, the swipe view, carousel view, an indicator view, which is a specific control for carousel view, drag and drop features, radio buttons, and also shapes and paths. It is worth mentioning that these features, actually, we already knew about them, or we could test them before Xamarin Forms 5. And the main reason is because, as we said before, this technology is open source. So in GitHub, and also, why not, on Twitter or in the Microsoft blog, the Xamarin team has been very active, and they have been sharing the news or launching preview versions of these controls that we mentioned here. So even in version 4, 4.2, 4.3, and so on, we could test experimental or preview versions of these controls. So actually, these updates didn't catch us on guard. What I mean is that it was very easy to work with these features because now they are stable. We can finally use these elements in production applications. Also, before going into explaining these elements and looking at some demos, we also there were also some updates important for Xamarin Forms 5. First of all, the only version supported right now for Xamarin is Visual Studio 2019. So the recommendation is that if you have some projects or you are using some other IDEs, such as Visual Studio 2017 or even 2015, please update or please use the newest version of Visual Studio, the latest, sorry. Also, if possible, the latest version, which is 16.8 or 9, I believe. Also, around April last year, Apple started rejecting applications that use or rely on the UI Web View API. Xamarin Forms now uses WK Web View as the default. So if you are using the latest version of Xamarin, you don't have to update or change anything in your code. This is just some internal element that the Xamarin Platform is using. But before, yeah, of course, Xamarin used this UI web view, but since Apple is rejecting any application that uses it, Xamarin internally changed the API call or switch it to WK Web View. So yeah, you don't have to do anything. Maybe just be sure or make sure that your Xamarin Forms NuGet package is pointing to the latest version. Also, in version 4, we learn about some experimental elements such as media element, which you can use for video and audio playing in your applications. Also the expander control and C# user interface markup extensions. They were experimental and they are not supported in the main Xamarin platform. So if you want to use this, you can just install the Xamarin Community Toolkit NuGet package, which contains this and other features. It's highly recommended to actually take a look at this project. Also, there were some experimental elements, packages, such as data pages and theme. They are no longer released in Xamarin, so yeah, you should remove them. Or maybe stay with the version 4 where you are using them, but it is not recommended. And finally, because of inclusivity, and according to modern standards, the flyout page replaces or is the new name for the previous master detail page. So yeah, you can still use master detail page. This is still part of the Xamarin platform, but later for maybe newer versions or even .NET MAUI, this specific master detail page name will no longer be supported. So recommended to use flyout page naming convention. Okay, so this was just brief introduction. Let's go to our first topic, shapes and paths, which is a feature from Xamarin Forms 5. A shape is basically a type of view. View is the base class for all controls or graphical user interface that you can see in Xamarin. And well, this type of view enables you to draw a shape into the screen. For instance, in this case, you have an ellipse, which has a dark blue color and also a red stroke with some thickness. There are also some other types supported, such as line, rectangle. You can see one example on top. Yes. There is polygon, polyline, which, as you can see, is, let's say, pair of coordinates, x and y, comma separated, and they define vertices, yes, that later are joined by a line. There is also path, which is used to draw complex shapes or even curves. As you can see in this example, a path defines a data property of type geometry that specifies the shape to be drawn. For instance, in this case, this path starts with a move command and a coordinate or point. Then L represents a line command, and it creates a straight line from starting point 10, 100 to the specified endpoint, 100, 100. After that, there is another point, 150, to draw another line, and Z is the close command. This connects the final point to the first one. The result is a triangle, as you can see. So let's look at the demo. And in this case, I'm going to switch to my Windows computer. So I'm just making sure that it is seen. Okay, so here we have an example. Let's take a look at this. In this case, you can see, for instance, a star. Okay, I might show it here. Yeah, in the summon. You can see, let me take a look, star, yes. You can see this star, which is this element. This element has these data points defined. M, the start moving, and then points. Yes. And the Z command, which is to close everything. You can use actually SVG helpers to create such representation. On internet, you can find how to draw SVG forms, or you can download SVG, and this you can use this for the data property of this path. In this case, I have defined this star as a control, and then there is decoration, probably, yes, where I show this star in golden rod color. Also, there are other examples that I can show here. You can see a polygon, which is for the for this tree. This would be the first triangle. Then there is a second triangle here for this second polygon. You can see the points. Yes, 3 points for the polygon. And this final one represents this trunk, okay, the wood of a tree. And well, there is also ellipse, which I am using for the spheres. You can see the example. Also, there is small ring on top of this ellipse. You can see some other example. Okay. In this case, for instance, this ellipse has the same width and height. So this is actually a circle, but there is no circle. You define it with the ellipse. So you can see it's very easy to define shapes. And well, paths might be a bit hard, but as I said, if you check SVG points on internet, if you want to draw a specific shape, this can be helpful for you. So, well, that would be some example about shapes and paths. Let's switch back to the presentation, and now let's go to brushes. Brushes are basically colors, or colors that you can use to fill in some area, to paint it. It can be the border of some specific view or control, or it can also be used for the background. But there are different approaches. There are three. The first one, and the simplest one, is the solid color brush. You have an example on bottom. You have here, in this case, a frame which has a background defined by this hexadecimal code, more or less like salmon or pink. There are also some names such as red, blue, green, like very well-known names that you can use instead if you don't want to use X colors or X representation. The border color, like gray, can also be considered a brush. Yes. And well, but you can see that there are also two other approaches, such as linear gradient brush and radial gradient brush. The linear gradient brush is defined in this part. It derives from gradient brush class and paints an area with a linear gradient, which basically means that it blends two or more colors along a line. And this line is known as the gradient axis. It can be horizontal or vertical. We define that with the endpoint, start point and endpoint. In this case, 0,0 and 1,1 means that the gradient will go in diagonal in both axes, X and Y. And you can see, for instance, the gradient stop. These gradient stop objects are used to specify the colors that will be, let's say, blended or combined in the gradient and their positions. So for instance, we start with yellow at the beginning. Then on the 0.25 mark around here, yes, you divide this into one, let's say. So at 1/4 position, we will have red. So you can see how the gradient, how yellow transitions slowly, progressively into red. And then from red to blue up to this mark until around 3/4 of the available space for this line. So you see from red to blue, and finally from blue to lime green. We are actually using solid color brushes. We can use, we are using colors. We can use also X representations. And well, we can define as many gradient stops that we want, but of course the maximum position is 1.0. And there it is. There is the radial gradient brush, which also derives from gradient brush class and paints the area using a radial gradient. Again, two or more colors are blended, but in this case, it's across a circle. You can define gradient stops to specify the colors and the positions. So in this case, we have red in the inner part, and we have dark blue at the last element. So it goes progressively from red to blue. Okay, and well, yeah, this is this can be combined with any control and also shapes and paths. So if we go to our demo again, we can see that, for instance, in the just check. Yes, in the decoration, I define I use the controls that I define sphere or tree, for instance. In this case, I am using the tree, which we already saw that it's a set of polygons and set of polygons actually. You draw this tree, and you can see how, for instance, for the leaves part, I am using a gradient between forest green and light green, but I can change this. For instance, I can say, okay, let's go from, I don't know, orange maybe to, let's try yellow. Let's save it. And okay, maybe I might run it again. Maybe my hot reload stopped, but it's not a big deal. And you will see how this will transition from yellow to orange. You can also see for the trunk that we can use X representations. Basically, you just define the linear gradient brush as part of the brush, let's say, object, and inside these elements. We are waiting a bit until it finishes. Okay, so let's see. And I am, you see, so you see now the transition, okay, from yellow to orange. And I am also using a radial gradient brush for the spheres. So we start with, for the first one, from light blue to blue. And there are also gradient stops for the rest of the spheres, from light cyan to orange, for instance. Or for the last one, it's from this X representation, X color representation. Again, you define the offset to change the, let's say, the where it starts. You can also define the center. So you might see, for instance, that every sphere, the gradient starts at different positions. So this one was like default in 0,0. Yeah, or actually we didn't define the center, so the normal position is 0,0. But for instance, this one is slightly moved. So you can see it's not exactly at the center. It's there is an offset, right? And the same applies for the other representations, so such as this one. In this case, it's in this bottom part. This one again is not defined, so it's at the center. So, well, this is another example. Then we have ready button, which is another new feature in 7.5. Actually, this one was interesting because many people or many developers asked for it, and until version 4, the latest updates of the version 4, we had this in experimental, but now in version 5 is stable. Basically, you have several options, and the user is able to choose one from this set. Every option is represented by one ready button, and by default, it defines a text. So you can see the content: cat, dog, elephant, monkey. There is checked property to define the selection. But also you can customize the behavior by defining a control template. So you have your ready button, and in this case, in the content, I have a picture of a flag. And I also define a control template, which, well, it is shown here, line control template. And for this control template, I define visual state groups. When it is checked, I show or display a line. The opacity is 1, and this line is the checked indicator. So it will appear by default it is not visible. The opacity is 0. So you can see in the unchecked, it's only this. But as soon as I choose one of these, it will appear in diagonal. Yes, and it will be red. And you will see it in the demo. So yeah, this defines the appearance of the of every option in the radio button. Okay. So let's demonstrate this example. Let's switch over to the other example, which is this one. While it is compiling, you can see the radio button and the template defined in the same page. Okay, so we have a line, two lines, correct? So this one is black and the second one is red. So let's just wait a bit. Now it will be launched. This demo, which I will share, of course, has other examples of radio buttons, but for time constraints, I will not show all of them. But this is the content template example, and here I have this. So when I click one of these, you see the line appears because the visual state has changed of this option. It's now checked, right? And if I change it, this one goes to or transitions to unchecked state, and now this is the chosen one. So the opacity is 1 for, let's say, the Mexican flag, and it is displayed. And yeah, you see. Okay. And finally, there are drag and drop gestures. This gesture enable items and their associated data packages to be dragged from one screen to another location using continuous gesture. Gestures have been supported in 7 Informs, but this new feature allows you to pick one element and move it into another place with drag and drop, which is quite common in the mobile world. So you just have to enable it in any view, mainly images or shapes. So you see gesture recognizers, and there is drag for, let's say, the element that you want to move, and drop for the container, you might call it. Okay. And well, we can also display, show the demo again. In this case, I will go back to my Christmas demo. I have defined the gestures for the star and for the spheres. So you can see, for instance, in the spheres, they specify the drag gesture. Yes. And also the star is possible to drag it. And the tree has a drop gesture. So the idea is that I can place one of these here, right? So you see, and it's even the star. Oh, yeah, it's on top. Okay. There is code behind here, defined. Basically, to determine the final position where I put one of the spheres. These positions are already predefined. I just need to check if it's the first, the second, and so on. And for the star, it's on top. Okay. So yeah, you can also use this. And also for, let's say, the spheres, there is drag. I basically take which of the spheres was dragged. So I see the field. I take the properties, right? Width, height, and field, and everything else. So it's very easy to handle. It's already supported by the platform. We just have to join the dots. And finally, we have carousel view, swipe view, and indicator view. Stable versions. These controls, as I mentioned, were already in the experimental part in Xamarin Forms 4.x. So carousel view is similar to collection view, but it is used to present data, typically in horizontal way, scrollable. Okay. So we define the carousel view, and similarly to collection view, there is data template for the appearance of every item. So we have stack layout, image, label, and whatever we want. Okay. And there are other elements. If we swipe over this, let's say from right to left, we will see the next item. And to know, okay, in carousel view, in which position we are from the list of items, there is indicator view. Actually, this gives us two information. First, okay, how many items are in the carousel? So you can see this indicator, these bullet points. And we are, for instance, in the 4th element from total of this, okay? So yeah, that's the second data. How many items and in which position we are. And it's very easy to use. We just create indicator view. We name it. We use the name. We can modify the appearance. You can see in this case, it's a circle with light gray and dark gray colors. And this name is specified in the carousel view. So you see, indicator view property from carousel view is indicator view. Yes. And finally, there is swipe view, which is useful for collection view, basically. Or yeah, the idea is that you will create some kind of menu or buttons or elements, and as long when you swipe over one item in your collection, you will be able to display these options. So you see swipe item favorite, swipe item delete, and they appear as soon as you swipe. Okay. And well, in this case, we also have demo for this one. So let's stop this. Okay, this is example for carousel view. And in this case, I am displaying a list of elements that I obtained from a service, a list of publications from some colleagues. It's in Spanish, so a bit sorry about that. But yeah, you can see, well, we have the carousel view defined. It's bound to an item source. And this peak area insets represents some units that you can see from the next element, like pixels, for instance. Okay. And we also have an indicator view, which is defined here. Indicator view, color dark blue, and we can, of course, swipe, and there is second element, third element, and this is increasing. And we can see that there is total of 10 items, correct? And we are progressing, we are moving over this collection, okay? Again, very easy to use this control. Okay. And of course, there is also data template. I will share this on GitHub, so you can check it later. Yeah, all the code. And finally, we have .NET MAUI, which is the evolution of Xamarin Forms across platform mobile, first framework for Android, iOS, and Universal Windows platform. With .NET 5, Microsoft begins the journey of unifying the .NET platform, bringing .NET Core and Xamarin together in one base class library and toolchain. .NET MAUI is the name for the new upgraded solution, multi-platform application UI framework that you can use to build native cross-platform applications with .NET for Android, iOS, Windows, Mac OS, and other platforms. It is basically the evolution of Xamarin Forms. This will appear later in the year. The promise is to have it in the next .NET Conf, which is in November this year. So we will see. But the idea is, again, to have just one project and target multiple platforms and devices. So you will have one location to manage resources, such as font or images. And you will target different platforms. And you will have multi-targeting for platform-specific code. So, yeah, this is just, again, just similar cross-platform native UI. You will get great performance on any device. You will be able to build applications for any device with just single code base. Similar to what Xamarin does currently. You will be able to target not only mobile, but also desktop applications or operating systems. Yes. So it looks promising. It will be part of the unified .NET in the .NET 6 timeframe. There are some previews already available by the Xamarin team. It is also open source, so you can also check what is happening around this. Okay, it will also provide support to build applications in modern patterns and frameworks such as MVVM, MVU, and reactive UI. And you will be able to use Visual Studio, Visual Studio for Mac, and Visual Studio Code tools. So yeah, even the CLI will be available. So you will be capable of creating applications from the command line interface and install the MAUI packages, for instance. In simple way, there will be some transition, of course. Some namespaces will change. Now they will be known as system.maui, what we have currently in Xamarin Forms, and system.device will be Xamarin, the formerly known Xamarin Essentials. And well, just to conclude this presentation, we have the application code. We will write everything here. And this interacts directly with the .NET MAUI. This is part of the architecture. As long as we need it, the application code can access directly the platform-specific code, such as Xamarin Android or Xamarin iOS. This will be made through handlers. And well, .NET MAUI already access the APIs, native APIs directly. And this Xamarin Android, Xamarin iOS, Xamarin Mac, and so will be additional platform targets that you can reach with .NET. So they will be known as .NET for Android, .NET for iOS, and these SDKs are actually bindings for the native SDKs from Google and Apple, for instance. So no renaming will be done, actually. And well, yeah. So Xamarin has always been part of the .NET, but now it ships as a core workload, similar to what Blazor does. So Xamarin is part of .NET. Okay, So, well, that will be all from me. I hope this presentation was interesting for you. Please, if there is any question, I will do my best to answer them. Thank you for your time. Thank you for attending this session. Here you have my contact details. Please check the GitHub, which is Icebeam 7. I will share all the code, all the demos that I presented here. And if I can help you, if you have any question about it later, just ping me and I will be there, okay? So thank you to you for being here. Thank you to MS Stage for inviting me for this presentation. It was a pleasure for me to participate, and enjoy the rest of the event. Have a great day. Bye.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello. Hi everyone. Thanks for your watching. So my name is Alexey Golubev. Today we are going to talk about security in .NET. But now a little bit about myself. So who am I? I am a lead software engineer and I'm ex-penetration tester, reverse engineer, and exploit automation tester. For a few years, I searched for security issues in web apps, Web API, and Web API for mobile applications. So now I'm working as a lead software engineer, and I help to build secure and safe applications. My major is a .NET and JavaScript. Actually, I'm a full stack developer. And I really enjoy my job because I can build very safety application for example, for medical customers and stuff like that. So let's talk about security. Let's imagine you are a European citizen and you bought a new SIM card and want to register it. In some countries, you have to send all your main personal data to your operator. So you download the Operation mobile app and send some data about you. It could be your CV photos, your address, and stuff like that. And you expect that your personal data will be safe and can't be stolen, because it's very necessary for you to keep this information in some protected database. And actually you have such strict laws, GDPR and good courts. But I'm sorry, not all providers so good. I've seen one case where all users' private data was zipped without any password and sent to SFTP server from a mobile application. Login and password from this SFTP server was hard-coded in the application. Anyone who had these SFTP credentials could download zip archives with personal data of other users. If you don't know, SFTP it's like normal FTP but secure. So secure. It's just a path on the internet where you can upload and download something, and it's okay when only you or some trusted people know this password and login. But at this situation, all people who had this app can just reverse engineer this app and get a password and a login from this server. Fortunately, it's not a typical situation, but sometimes developers think about security only after cyber attack or security assessment. I think security is very necessary today, and we should think about it while developing, because we have to care about our users and our companies. I know that we are only developers, but now we have to think about security too, and have to set some security tricks at our architecture. So first of all, that we can see in our app is authentication. Let's talk about it. Authentication helps to our app to identify user and specify access rights. So it protects user personal data, user's profile and activity. We can have, for example, an admin panel where we can change our templates or redirect. So anyone who has access to this admin page can change, for example, redirect, or maybe set some malicious JavaScript in our template. So that's why we have to track users' roles and prevent privilege escalation attack. Any data leak helps an attacker to hack users' profiles on other websites or for phishing attacks. For example, on this slide, this is the most common brute force attack. Attackers has pair with login and password that were downloaded from hacked resource. Sometimes passwords in stolen databases are not hashed. Sometimes hash is very weak. We have a lot of free databases such as this with logins and passwords or emails on the internet. It's a big market where you can buy or sell any database. You have, if you want to brute force gambling website, you can try an account from another hacked gambling website. It's very easy to buy some special database for special websites. And it's easy to provide a brute force. Of course, if you don't have any protection of this. But actually, if you have a CAPTCHA, for example, we can solve it at some third-party resources or with maybe some machine learning. Next attack is very old school. You just need several logins like root, admin, manager, test, and a dictionary with the most common passwords. We can use this technique because we have a small limit of admin accounts names. And actually sometimes we can parse admin name from the website. For example, it's a website with articles, and sometimes the name of the user who posted some article is the same as the login. So we can parse an articles and get logins from some admin or manager or some redactors users. You will be surprised how many weak passwords people use, even if a user is an admin. New surprise is no protection for authentication. I mean, sometimes I can send so many requests as I can without any limit. I think at this time Amazon, with its flexible price, says just show me what you can or stuff like that. Actually, if we are talking about passwords, you have to know that all your passwords that are older than 5 years with your login are on the internet. You can check your passwords at this resource. It's called Have I Been Pwned? This is a website was made by Troy Hunt from Microsoft. It's trusted resource and it has gigabytes of accounts. So you can try one of your passwords if you have more than one, of course. Actually, I have 4 passwords, one for banking, one for social networks, one for trusted resources, and one for untrusted resources that can be hacked. I call it layers of protection. And let's talk about password requirements. We have to store our passwords with strong hashes like SHA-2. In this case, if we lose our database, hackers have to spend a lot of time guessing our hashes. I said guess because hashing is one-way action. and we have to hash some data to understand if it has what we want or not. That's why developers use salt and pepper while hashing. This is additional data that we add to password string before hashing. Sometimes developers use symmetric algorithms like AES, but keys could be stolen, so it's not a good way. Actually, when we're talking about encrypting web config file, it's okay to use IS encryption, because in this way keys will be saved on Windows on an admin account, and it's okay. But when we are talking about encrypting in database, these keys can be saved in the same path, for example, of our database or in our sources, so it's not a good idea. Second thing about password lengths and lower, uppercase and stuff like that. That helps us to make hashes more unique. Attackers already have dictionaries of ready hashes or just with the most common passwords. That's why this password will be this most common password will be checked for the first time, and that's why we have to make an unique password to get unique hash. Passwords has to be not equal to login. It's not a common thing in our project requirements, but it should be there because it's the most common brute force pair. Let's talk a little bit about authentication implementation. Out of the box, form authentication and identity server has a wildcard authentication. It means that in token we have information about a user and when this token ends. Sometimes sliding is turned on and our token has auto renewal. In this case, the user can't control its sessions because we can't terminate this token. This token is valid if lifetime token is valid. And if user change password, it can't help. We need to control active sessions and terminate session on logout, because sometimes developers just remove cookies from a browser, but it isn't a termination. Cookies are still valid, and user with session control can see all his or her active sessions, and for example can see where this session was last time, for example maybe some country or stuff like that, and control a hacker's attack on this profile. We need to control active sessions count. Sometimes it can help us to understand that users could be hacked and, for example, lock some risky app functions for this user. For example, you can see that user has 100 of active sessions, and you know that normally user has only 2 sessions, one from mobile application and one from website. So when user has 100, it's not okay, and you have to deal with it. Maybe you have to set max number of these sessions or stuff like that. We need to end all sessions and terminate all tokens when a user change a password. In this case, attacker will lose an account access, because if we don't track this, attacker has session, and its session will ends only if lifetime in this token ends. We need to set some count of requests per second from one IP address and some count of password attempts. It can help prevent brute force. But with IP address you have to be careful, because some IP address could be from mobile networks, and in mobile world one IP address can have maybe 1,000 of active users, so you have to be careful with this. But these users maybe don't use login action so often, so you just have to track some irregular activity. And next thing, it's a CAPTCHA. Sometimes we think that CAPTCHA can scare our users, but people get used to CAPTCHA, and CAPTCHA could be hidden and works in the background. We can't guess when the attack will happen, and have to be ready at any time. Sometimes safety of current user is better than new users. On this video you can see how to easily block your CAPTCHA without any third-party services. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, how we can trust CAPTCHA after this action. But actually, if we want to solve a CAPTCHA, we need to set some additional resources, and sometimes it could be very hard for attackers, because they have to pay for each guessing of CAPTCHA and stuff like that. And cryptographically secure random. Sometimes people use two-factor authentication with SMS and maybe some messages on WhatsApp, and developers have to use cryptographically secure random only, because common random class is not safe. We can get it safe using we can get its state using only 2 or 3 codes with numbers. Actually, the same stuff with JavaScript, with Java, and a lot of other languages. .NET has a special class for secure generation, and actually it's easy to use. This is on this slide. You can see text from official documentation of Microsoft. Let's talk about human factor and business logic in our apps, because a lot of mistakes, it's a business logic mistakes. We can easily get errors when someone forgot to add some access attribute, or access checking, or data validation. To prevent errors like this, we have to follow some strict rules. Everything which is not allowed is forbidden. Don't be afraid of strict rules. We can easily allow access to some methods and attributes. It's better to get no access error than open doors. For example, content security policy uses this principle. So for some stuff in our web world, it's okay. And don't use unnecessary data. unnecessary data at request can give to user additional access. For example, we can have a user ID or user role at a request. Actually, it's the most common stuff, and it's a red flag for any pen tester. And some endpoints we forgot, for example, at some endpoints we forgot a validation. And what should we get? Any user can do actions with other user access, and it's not okay. This data we have to get from session only. It could be cookies, some token, GVT for example, or maybe some memory storage. So any storage that we can trust, because GVT token or cookies are encrypted and anyone can't change it. Developer environment is very delicate environment. Sometimes we turn off some protection, for example capture, and don't expect to see other users there. But the development environment is not only about our service, it's about our source as well. We have to minify our sources. It prevents reverse engineering of our endpoints, and attackers have to listen all our requests and try to guess logic. It's very easy to reverse when you have function names and parameters. Sometimes developers forgot to hide fake map files, and it's a treasure for attackers. Your environment should be closed from outside, because the name of your test server could be brute forced, or it could be in front-end sources. It's not a good idea to have a test server as a subdomain of main. There are a lot of tools to find subdomains by name or by some information about IP address or information about your hosting and stuff like that. And Swagger, it's like a Christmas present for an attacker. With it, we can get all app requests, response, some test and hidden endpoints. It has to be hidden like a dev environment. But when we talk about hidden and not closed from outside, don't forget that if you stay your password and login from your dev environment in your sources, it's not okay too. It have to be hidden. Redirect checking is the thing that could help you to lose traffic from social networks, because it could be used in phishing. Sometimes someone could make a redirect with your website and other bad resources and just spam other user. Social networks will ban your domain and you have to spend a lot of time to unban it. One thing that redirect like this could be used for phishing for your users. Your users will see right domain and name and ignore redirects, and that's all that an attacker needs. So keep it and redirect only inside your trusted resources. And next thing, it's injections. We know a lot of types of injections, but the most common is SQL and JavaScript. It's used entity. If you use entity frameworks, you should be safe from SQL injections. I say should because sometimes developers use raw requests and you have to be careful with them. Situation in JavaScript is not so good. JavaScript injections are very dangerous. They could steal users' data or redirect to a phishing resource. Actually, ASP.NET blocks requests with not encoded HTML, but now we often use JSON and it doesn't work with it. We have to be very careful with HTML in users' input and don't trust any front-end data, because we can't be sure who sent this data. Is it our app or attacker? Who knows? And actually, if you think that a mobile application is in more safety, this is wrong, because we can easily remove certificate pinning and checking and set man-in-the-middle attack and just get all your requests, all your response, and send a request to your web server as your mobile application. So now it's not so safe that it should be. What you see is what you get. Reductors sometimes allow user to use HTML code. At this HTML, attackers can inject malicious JavaScript. It's why we should avoid HTML code in our reductors. We should replace it with special symbols and ban all HTML content from users. Sometimes I've seen a reductor that supports sanitization and removed all bad HTML from final code. But first of all, it's front-end technology, and we can send to backend API any stuff with Postman, for example, and avoid any front input. Second thing, I found bad sanitization and unsupported tags in some reductors. So you should be very, very careful with such reductors. A lot of them supported only by community, and maybe they have some problems with code quality, and they could be not checked so good. So next dangerous thing is to show data on a page without encoding. For example, after our reductor, look at this slide, we do front-end function save login and sending to API JavaScript code. Then we return this code and show it without any encoding. And this code start to work like a part of the web page, and we get alert as a result of JavaScript. And how to prevent it? Actually, it's easy. Don't avoid default encoding. Yeah. Let's do it one more time. We do front-end function save login and sending to API JavaScript code. Then we return this code and show it with encoding. And if we open HTML code, we will see special symbol. But for user, it will be normal text with text and stuff like that. Try to find another way to show user text with formatting. But what we need to do if we want to show raw data on a page? It's sanitization. Sanitization, it's cleaning our input stream from a dangerous elements. So we have to sanitize all data on a backend before saving to a database. In .NET, we have a very good library HTML sanitizer. You can use it as a NuGet package. It's very stable, fast, and flexible. On this slide, you can see how it works with default configuration. Actually, default configuration will be enough for the most of projects. So we have only two ways. First, to avoid HTML. Second is to use sanitization. And the next thing that we can help to protect our app from injection, it's content security policy. It's a browser layer of protection. Configuration content security policy involves adding the content security policy HTTP headers to a web page and giving it values to control what resources the user agent is allowed to load for that page. For example, a page that uploads and displays images could allow images from anywhere but restrict form actions to a specific endpoints. The same stuff with JavaScript or CSS, or we can ban all inline JavaScript and CSS. A properly designed content security policy helps protect a page against a cross-site scripting attack. It's very good stuff, and actually it's very easy to configure to get this very strong security. And the last but not least, it's a cross-site request forgery. Cross-site request forgery is an attack against web-hosted apps whereby a malicious web app can influence the interaction between a client browser and a web app that trusts the browser. To help to prevent CSRF attacks, ASP.NET MVC use anti-forgery tokens, also called request validation tokens. The client requests an HTML page that contains a form. The server includes two tokens in the response. One token is set as a cookie, the other is placed as a hidden form field. The tokens are generated randomly so that is adversary cannot guess their values. When the client submits the form, it must send both tokens back to the server. The client sends the cookie tokens as a cookie, and it sends a token inside the form data. A browser client automatically does this when the user submits the form. If the request does not include both tokens, the server disallows these requests. On this page, you can see anti-forgery token in action when you have a JSON requests. So we have no any form, but we have a spatial header. Actually, anti-forgery tokens prevent spam from post requests. Attackers has to download the page before the requests. And conclusion. First of all, log any unusual behavior. For example, file sanitization or name requests or many requests to one profile. It could help to detect attackers and better understand security problems. All data from frontend have to be validated. Our frontend can be run on any machine. So our API request can be emulated, and it doesn't matter what client we have, mobile or desktop or web app. Close access to a development environment. We don't expect to see an attacker on dev. So we can make our dev or stage environment inside VPN, for example, or we can set ease basic authentication, but don't forget to remove login and password to this authentication from your front-end source, as I said before. Actually, I've seen apps with the password at sources. Be careful when you allow HTML to your users. You have to care about sanitization on this case. You have no another way. Don't rely on the front-end frameworks that said that they can show only protected data. Sometimes you can't use these frameworks. Sometimes these frameworks not so good. So same security politics to all devices. You have to care about sanitization. You have to care about, if you care about sanitization on a mobile devices, you have to care about sanitization on a web app. If you have CAPTCHA on a website, don't forget to have it on a mobile app. Because attackers, if you don't have it, attackers will use a mobile app as access points. It's very common stuff when we have to match tolerance for requests from mobile apps. Attackers could break your mobile SSL certificate, check-in, and set man-in-the-middle attack. Actually, it's easy and it's very often thing when mobile API is not so good protected as a web API. For example, reCAPTCHA. Now reCAPTCHA actually works on a mobile apps, but some developers don't want to use it. I don't know why, but it works. And thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy my speech. Thank you for this conference, for this opportunity to set my speech here. Follow me in LinkedIn. You can message me there. And if you have some questions, you can write them down on a chat. I'll answer there. So, thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, It allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people in Tellius.
Hi, Let's do a recap of libraries that you should probably know about before start building a new web application in .NET nowadays. I am Vitaly Honcharuk and I am a lead full stack software engineer, and I am mostly experienced with C#, .NET, Angular, SQL and Azure. I have more than 7 years of experience and worked as a contractor for Microsoft, Verizon, Telenor and other companies. And the scope of the speech are 14 libraries, and in case you already know all of this, you should probably skip this and go to the other webinar. And in case you don't know, it's a good chance to get acquainted with them with me just now. So, goals. After this speech, you should know more useful .NET libraries. You should know basics about some of them, and have a link to the repository with examples that I prepared. Why should you know this? To actually get insights where to improve your current project, and get ideas on which tools to use actually for future projects, and to know where to dig more to extend your professional knowledge. And the first library is Mediator. Probably most of you guys already heard about it, and let's just recap. So, you can use this library to reduce coupling, to hide dependencies, to remove this DI mess in all constructors in your application. You should probably already seen like a lot of dependency injections to your controllers and all the services and so on. Actually, you can replace this by a single injection of Mediator and just send these commands and queries via this like sender. And so you can also use this library to split the application logic into more atomic pieces. Actually, when you create a command or query with a specific handler, it's like an atomic piece and you can change it independently. So you can change interaction between objects independently in this case. Also, you can develop when you have lots of unknowns in the system, because in case you have some unknowns, you just create a command for this and just empty handler or without handler, and then when you will get more like ideas how should it work or like requirements, you will definitely implement this. Also with this library you will be much closer to CQS and CQRS. So the cost of this like library usage is it's a little bit harder to debug, because you don't have a like a sequential direct call stack, because it's hidden always with this library implementation. And also you have a chance to send a request with no or broken handler, so it's an advantage and a disadvantage in some case, because you can probably lose this and have a bug with this stuff. So main features are commands, requests, notifications, behaviors and validators. I will show you a little bit details in the project with example. So, and Swag next. What is it for? Actually, you can use Swag for Swagger UI. It's like a modern way to use it, and also Swagger generator. And you will get an open API just with Swagger. And you can generate clients for API on C# as well as for TypeScript and frameworks for Angular, for I don't know, on React.js, on So where is it? Here, oops, not that one. So here you can see TypeScript. Oops, settings here. Yeah. So here, for example, for Angular, my UI built on Angular, so I'm using this. And for Angular 6 Plus, React.js 6, HTTP client, injection token. So there are a lot of things that you can configure. This actually a separate tool that you can download and install, and this is very useful to work with NSWAG JSON. That is configuration file for your NSWAG to generate clients. And here you can also see that you can generate C# controller. It's interesting feature. I didn't check it, but you can. Yeah. So also you can generate C# client. Just imagine, just within a second, you can generate like clients for your microservices with this tool. It's just awesome. So, and next. Also, you can use third-party APIs with Swagger, where it's actually exposed, and generate a client implementation just on the flight. And yeah, it's really great. So you can just take some project and generate it quickly with this NSWAG tool that I just shown you. So also you can generate C# controllers that I already mentioned. So main features here are Swagger and clients and models generation. So next library is Fluent Validation. You can use it for like decoupling validation rules and models, and it's very comfortable and easy and fast to work with. It has great execution speed because rules are immutable and can be cached to reuse it later. And it's very efficient in unit testing of validation rules. So you can define a set of rules and just it's very easy to write unit tests for this. And next is EF Core bulk extensions. It's a cool library to like extend entity framework with efficient things like bulk operations. For example, insert, update, delete, upsort, and also batch operations, delete and update. So it's very useful when you work with always with big amount of data, and for example you need to insert, I don't know, 10,000 records or even 1 million of records, and with this library you can do it much faster than with usual entity framework implementation, because these bulk extensions use special capabilities of SQL Server or other SQL providers to do bulk things. So next is Bogus. It's a very convenient way to do realistic data generation for various topics in actually one row. You can emulate production data. You know, when you start building a new application, you always have like case when you need a lot of this data to see how will your system behave with lots of data in the database, to see how this will be on the UI, to populate all lists of the data, to generate, I don't know, some specific like product descriptions or orders or companies lists and so on. So you can do all this stuff with this library because it's already has predefined generators. So also you can test limitations and field size on the UI, before you went to the production, because it's always a case when you use some just mocked data with your hands, and you just type some things like blah blah blah, and this will not correspond to real data sizes. And here you can even define like this will have 5 words or 10 words, or from 5 to 10 words in some fields. So in this case you can see how it will look like on the UI. So it's rich and intuitive sets of predefined data generators and randomizers and so on. So you have an ability to generate property values based on another properties. For example, you have priorities enums, and then if enum is high, you should have, for example, if enum priority is high, and even only for this case you need to have some reminder for some task, and you just write this. You have a capability to do property dependent data generation. So also, you have here a fluent syntax. So it's good for data seeding on tests or local environments. Also, it's great for integration and unit testing, and it's great for auto tests to simulate random human-like input to check actually how this will look like on the UI in case you do some screenshots there and so on. So next is Microsoft extensions, diagnostics, health checks. Actually now health checks already is a part of ASP.NET Core implementation, and you get on this under the hood, but very small amount of people actually heard about it and used this feature. So this is useful to check an application status, and to check infrastructure components health, and to know when to roll back deployment or reset or restart a container, to know when route traffic away from the failing instance, to monitor memory, disk, and other physical service resource, to test and up dependencies, DB, and external services. So it's really useful. So you can automate based on that output that provides this health check endpoints. And also you can have a UI that I will show on the example that I have. So it can be used for container orchestration and load balancers, for CI/CD, for developers to quickly identify failing components, and for QAs before starting testing the environment. Because it was multiple times when I get the bug that was before some part of the component, some part of the system was not up and running. So you can prevent those like unnecessary bugs. So next is SpecFlow. It's used for behavior-driven development, which aims to create a shared understanding of how an application should behave for developers, testers, product owners, and other stakeholders. Actually, SpecFlow is great to reuse steps of your test scenarios from different tests in other tests without an effort, and to map code to each steps in a test scenario written in Gherkin language. It's one of the ways how to explain given, when, then. And actually, why BDD? I will not deep dive into it, but just highlight BDD advantages. So it's great to reduce rework and to have a because of shared understanding. Shared understanding of the domain that you have, because you need to have same language, and all these things will be defined on Gherkin language, and this will be like a single source of truth, and will be mapped to some particular parts of code that actually do these things that are described in given, in when, in then parts, and so on. So also it's when you practice BDD, it's faster, you are getting faster feedback and better effectiveness due to granular changes, because when you implement things, it's you have focus on business needs, and when you have the scenarios, you implement step by step. And also by using BDD, you will probably increase code quality, because you will do acceptance test driven development, because again you will have Gherkin stuff with scenarios that you need to implement. So next, for unit and integration testing, I would recommend to check Respawn. It's a library that help in resetting test databases to clean state, instead of deleting data manually and at the end of the test, or rolling back a transaction. Actually, you can reset the database back to the clean checkpoint. So it's very useful for integration testing. And you should probably hear about fluent assertions that have an intuitive syntax for doing assertion, and it provides actually natural language and readability and convenience in writing, and that is why you have probably a better speed of writing tests. So lots of useful ways to compare and check data. You have a lot of predefined things should be equal or should be equivalent to, so it can compare objects not by reference but by the properties that this object have. So not all test frameworks have such simple feature. So ability to add a reason for particular check to add context for failures. Yeah, you can add text string with some highlights. What is it check for, and when you will have this check failing, as the developer will be easier to understand what is going on in this check. So next is MockU. I guess much more people should hear about this library. It's a great set up and test and verify mocks. So you can isolate units of code from their dependencies and set up behavior and return values to check specific execution paths, and check parameters for specific criteria. So it's just very useful when you want to isolate some unit and provide some predefined behavior for dependencies that you are injecting there. So you can check, for example, that your unit call specific component that you injected in the constructor and call this specific parameter, and for example this parameter has some special value in the property, or it has some special, I don't know, list of items in the array. So it's very flexible to check. So next is handlebars.net. Probably full stack developers heard about handlebars.js, but handlebars.net, it's a pure .NET implementation. So you can use it to build semantic templates. What does it mean? Actually, you can generate files with dynamic content. For example, you can generate reports in HTML or rich email body. So it's very useful when you need to generate a little bit more sophisticated files than just files with, I don't know, 1 or 2 replacements. Because when you have, for example, 50 replacements, it will be a bit complicated to do it without such a library. So this library provides you a rich set of processing operators. It's like I don't know, Angular syntax, but a little bit different. So you can use predefined or own custom formatters. It's like pipes in Angular, and you can write some special formatter for date or for, I don't know, for numbers, for digits, rounders, and so on. And actually, why handlebars is better for alternative? For example, if you would use Razor, you would probably have a lot of dependencies injected with this Razor, because you will need to use ASP.NET packages and so on to allow your Razor working. So actually, handlebars.net is convenient and blazing fast. Actually, it compiles your, for example, HTML template into IL code. So it's in intermediate language, and it's blazing fast. And it doesn't require JavaScript renderers or Chromium or any other third parties. So it's just a single package, so no additional dependencies. It has same syntax as handlebars.js, and handlebars.js has a long history and a big community, so you will definitely find answers on how to do some things with this syntax. So next is Poly. It's a special resilience framework that can retrieve failed requests, cache previous responses, protect your resources, prevent you from making requests to broken services, terminate requests that are taking too long, return default value when all else fails. So it's a library very useful when you need to implement something like circuit breaker or even much more that I already mentioned. So when actually to use it, when you need retry requests to remote service that is unreliable, or need to re-authenticate before retrying, or need more than retry loops, try catches and if else, or need to prevent chain failures or freezes of your microservices, because in case at least one microservice freezed a little or even fails, you will have a chain of dependent microservices that will be freezed or failed for some particular calls. And in case you have a lot of freezes, you will reach connection pool limit, and your users will just lose ability to consume your services. So next library is Refit. So what is it for? It's for automatic type safe REST. It's automatic type safe REST library. So what does it mean? You can make an interface as a REST client, which will map parameters and return types automatically. So what does it mean? You just define an interface with some attributes for particular method and for your parameters, and this will allow to generate client by this interface, by this library. So you will even not see this client implementation, but you will just inject this interface and use it as client. So you don't need to worry about it, just configure with this specific attributes. So next, Refit is fast and easy to build, and REST client for unknown system. Actually, when you use Refit and Visual Studio paste JSON as classes, it's extremely easy to implement client for unknown API. So you just make calls with Postman, then copy JSON and paste as classes, and use Refit. You just provide what you are going to achieve, what you are going to get from this endpoint, because you already have this class pasted. So return type will be this type, and your parameters will be like query parameters or so on. And then you just add attribute with HTTP method like get or post put, and you will get this implemented client for this particular endpoint. So next is Hangfire. I didn't have a chance to work with this library, but heard that it's very cool. So it's for creation, process and manage your background jobs. You can process operations that you don't want to put in your request process pipeline. Actually, it's great for short running and long running, CPU intensive and IO intensive, short or recurrent and delayed operations. Actually, you have, sometimes when we need to do something like this, we are trying to implement a view again, but here the libraries that already have all this managed, like managing system for all this stuff. So just try to use it, or at least try to check it. So you can run queue-based processing or do automatic retries. Also, you can have manage and built-in web interface, so you can see these long-running jobs and manage them. So I have a solution with examples, and currently I have it running now here on my computer. So let me at first show you. Let me show it here. So here is a simple UI. Actually, I took this, I forked from JSON's Taylor clean architecture template and added some more examples. So here we have Swagger API. So I guess you guys know what is it, and also I added here health check UI. Here is an example with application DB context that it's healthy, so good, we can work with this application. So and here is a to-do list. To access it, I need to log in. Let's wait. So let me log in. And here we have a to-do list, and here we have another to-do list with, I don't know, 10 or 12 items. And yeah, let's now go to the code. So here you can see that I have here health check UI, I have AutoMapper, Bogus, CSV helper, Fluent assertion, Fluent validation, mediator, identity server, entity framework. What else useful? MockU and Swag and Unit, Respawn, SpecFlow. So a lot of things that you can check here. For example, let me illustrate the case for NSWAG. So here is Web API client. So I can delete it and let's imagine I'm first time trying to generate a client for this Angular application. So I can just build my Web API, and while the build process, it will generate the REST client. Let's wait. So here it says executing in Swag JSON. That is here in Swag JSON, and here we get this Web API client. So in case I will add some additional method to the controller, I need just build, and this will appear here, and I can consume it immediately in my Angular application. So that's amazing, great. Here is in Swag JSON. So a lot of configurations. That is actually better to configure via in Swag Studio. That is separate application that I shown you before. So let's close this, and let me show you how does mediator work. So for example, here is a command, it implements iRequest, and here is a command handler that implement iRequest handler with this command, and here is a command handler constructor that just getting DB context, and here is a handle method that is doing something. So you just send this command from the controller, and handler getting this and just operates. So it's a very atomic piece, and I can generate it independently. So I can, for example, implement another handler and delete this one, and this will not affect the caller. So here also, for example, I can add pipeline behavior. It's also a mediator interface, and what actually it means. So for example, here is performance behavior. I can count performance for things that are like handled by any command or notification. So here I just have a stopwatch, timer, and here how does it work? So for example, I have validation behavior. It's also things that I can implement with mediator. So here in handle method, I'm getting validator for particular request. So I can have even multiple validators for some specific request. For example, I have validator for to-do command. For update to-do item command, and it says that I have to have title with maximum length 200 and not empty. And I can have another validator for some other stuff, for example, for this command. So let's not dig in the implementation, and let's check something else. So here, for example, let me show you how does Fluent. I forget to mention about that it's Fluent validation. It is how it look like. So rule for title, and I added these rules. Okay, let's do next. It's Fluent assertion. It's Fluent syntax, and for example, here I am getting a list, to-do list, and it should be not null. Should not be null. It's very easy to read and just obvious. So title should be like command title. A list created by user. Created by should be close to such date. So very easy to read. So, and for example, for checking exceptions, you can do like Fluent action and invoking, and so send async and should throw such exception. So it's very easy to read. So what else can I show here? Probably nothing much. Let's see something else. So here is a checkpoint from Respawn library. So it's here, and let's check how it work here. So I pressed Shift F12 to see where it's used, and here is a checkpoint. So I created new checkpoint, and here I indicated which tables I want to ignore, and then I have a reset state method that can reset this database. So that's probably it. and then application DB context seeder. So here I want to show you how Bogus works. So here is, for example, usual way how we can add some some test data. So we need to write it everything, like just type everything and provide all these values, all these nodes, for example, and it's not very convenient when you need to write a lot of data. So here I can create some rule. So here is I want to add a list, to-do list, and rule for title, for example, visit clients, or I can do here some random string, and for example, for color I am picking random from the list of supported colors. Then here is for items, rule for items, and I am providing again next faker with to-do items. I am telling that I want from 5 to 15 items to generate, and I'm providing a rule for each property. For title, like name, full name, it's providing, you can see what does it mean. So get a full name, concatenation of calling first name and last name. So it will provide, actually it has a lot of predefined names, suffixes, so that you can use address, full address, so random bool for done, so done or not done, and for priority I am taking any of this enum value. For reminder, I for example have a special logic, so in case priority is high, I will have a reminder in 5 days. So it's not a strict data. It will provide some date from now to up to 5 days. So this is how was generated. Oops, I already closed this. This is how was generated that test list. So while that is loading, I want to show you spec flow. So here is here we have features, and feature is to-do list, and to test this feature I have scenarios, and for each scenarios I have a name and steps. Given something, when doing something, then I should have something, and I can have like given something and when something and when something and when something, then something and again. So I can do multiple things, and here for each steps I have defined some string rules in string in Gherkin language, and this states, for example, about given the particular user is logged in. And let's check. So I pressed F12, and I have some methods that authenticate a user and returned a user ID. So each scenario will be executed with this to-do list steps, and as I understood, for each test it will be a separate class, separate entity with all these fields, and they will not be intersected, and this is like a context with these states. So For example, a particular user should be logged in, and the user creates a new list with the name test list, and here is how I define this step. So create command, list creation task, and I am sending this command. So it's very simple and very simple steps. Actually, for such simple things, it's probably an overhead to use a spec flow, but for complex scenarios, when you have like a lot of steps with a lot of sub steps, to use spec flow will be probably a good idea, because you here, once you implemented these steps, you can reuse it. So for example, I can do some update item, and I will have probably all these first steps the same, but here I will create, like, when user updates an existing item, so I will need to implement it. So not implemented steps are just shown in this color, and I can like do generate steps definition, and it will generate, and I will just need to put some code to for it to actually work like we want. So that's probably it for spec flow, and let me show you again this to-do list, just to prove that it was generated by Bogus. So visit clients was generated by Bogus, and here different addresses will be for all people, and also priority will be different. So here is different address, and here is Poland, and here is some other address, and priority low. So it's very convenient when you need to generate a lot of data with different things, and for it to be look like a real data. So that's probably it. So thanks for your attention. I will send this presentation in the Slack channel, so please ask your questions in the chat. I will be happy to answer you. Thank you so much. Bye.
So guys, this is it. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to say thank you very much to all our speakers team. You guys did a really great job today. Thank you for the sharing of your knowledge, for your insights, and for your inspiration. Thank you very much to all the participants for your questions, for your attention, and for your activity. And of course, thank you very, very much to our partners, Luxoft, Parimatch-Tech, Virex, and Intellias. Now I wish you a great weekend. I wish you to implement something from you've heard today in your projects. And I hope to see all of you on the MS Stage 2022. Bye-bye.